Good day, everybody. Welcome back to Giddy Fox Gaming. My name is Tails. So good to have you here. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hope your week's going fantastic. And for us Americans here, an unfortunate happy tax day to you. Why don't I make your tax day just a little bit better? And we'll hang out on stream and not think about taxes, huh? Good to see y'all. Good morning or good day wherever you're at. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta say a super special thank you to Axia for being a better hunter for 4 months. Thank you for re-upping your subscription here on YouTube for 4 months right before stream started. W chat for Axia, everybody. Thanks for supporting me. That's very nice of you. Appreciate it. Yeah, 4 months goes by fast, doesn't it? And Heathen with 1 gifted membership to start the stream off with a bang. What a pal, y'all. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much, Heathen. W chat for Heathen as well. Much appreciated. Thanks for supporting the channel. You guys are fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back to another day of Giddy Fox Gaming. And today, we're going to do something different like we did yesterday, though. It'll be the same as yesterday, but different than normal. If you weren't here yesterday or you're just tuning in for the first time here on this channel, we are going to be painting some models from the Monster Hunter World board game. I was sent the Monster Hunter World board game last year, approximately 9 months ago, something like that, and was asked to do a review of the game, and I have yet to have had a chance to play it. Not even had a chance to play the game yet. But I would like to get some pieces done so that when I make the review video, I've got the pieces painted, and they show up real nice on camera, looking all spiffy and great. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time getting a Barroth model near done, almost completed. It's what's on the thumbnail of the video that you clicked on to get here. And we just got to finish the base of it, but the actual model itself is all done and painted. But I also grabbed an Anjanath model out of my box, and we're going to work on that piece today and do some work with the Anjanath as well. So I'm actually going to take you through the process today of if you had a whole new model, you're just starting, right? You're just getting going. It's a new model. What do you do to start to get your model all ready to go? And I'll start right at the beginning all the way through as far as we get on Anjanath today, as much as we could do. And there's some dry time with the paints and everything. When there's dry time, I'll swap over and use the Barroth model, and we'll finish the base on that and all that. Should be all good. Tons of stuff to look at in the modeling hobby today. So who do we got here today, though? We got Shadria and Zero. Hello there. Hey, Frog Gaming, Chaotic, good to see y'all. Cogworks, howdy. Heathen, hello there. Hey, Dylan. What's up, Carson? How we doing, Dark Phoenix? Good to see you. Mystic Fox, Ryu, hello there. What's up, Wyvern Hunter? Mascot is here too. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, taxes, I know, right? Crazy. Gotta love them taxes. This year I paid the most out of pocket for taxes, but it's because my YouTube paycheck doesn't take taxes out automatically. I probably paid more with past jobs than this job, but it was a weird feeling to write a check to the government for that much money this year. Gotta love it. Thankfully, though, I got that done like 2 months ago, and so I've already had the tax day low happen. I'm feeling good today. It's just interesting. My birthday is in 2 days on Thursday, April 17th. It's always been 2 days after tax day. That's how birthdays work. So my birthday's always been a pretty good day. That I never really have to worry about tax day. I do taxes early, so I don't have to pay tax on the 15th and then have my birthday 2 days later. I'd rather just get it over with early and then have an awesome birthday. So, it's been okay. Hey, Bean, how we doing? Good to see you. Sorry for not chatting on the stream. You don't have to apologize for that. That's nothing wrong at all. I don't mind if you're chatting or not chatting. If you're here, I'm happy. Always happy to have you. Good to see you. Glad you enjoyed the last stream too. Thank you. Appreciate the encouragement. Okay. Let me show you a few things here. Do I have an announcement? I have one announcement. There's a video that just went live on my channel like 5 minutes ago. It went up at 9 a.m. 5 minutes ago. It's a build video using the Protein Fiend skill in Monster Hunter Wilds on the Zulu armor set. It's a sword and shield build with longsword as a secondary. It's super fun. I love the build a lot. I played it in my 100 Hunts of the Scarlet Forest recording last week, and it was the fastest build out of the 10 builds I played. It just chopped up everything. It was so good. So if you'd like to see a really fun sword and shield build using a really unique skill that almost nobody's playing, I've seen no videos on Zoo armor skill, check it out. It's on the channel. I'll actually get you a link right now if you're interested. Not that I want you to leave this stream, but whatever you would like to do, I'm not going to tell you that you have to do one or the other. You can do whatever you want to. I'm happy if you're watching any of my stuff. There's a link in chat for you for that video. It's really fun. It's a really unique skill. I love it. That build is one of my better builds by accident. There are other builds where I've spent way more time crafting it and get everything together, and that build just outperforms it. It's crazy. So having a birthday on the 15th sucks. I mean, it depends all about how you do tax day. If you do taxes on the 15th, then I can understand it. But you have the ability to do taxes before the 15th. And I don't really like to wait on taxes, because if you're late on your taxes, then the government takes more money from you. So I'd rather just submit it early so that the government can come back and say, hey, y'all need to fix this. Okay, do that. No way it's better than the hunting horn. The hunting horn is super fun. It's a super fun weapon, and builds for it have been awesome as well. But they're better in different ways. All right, let's jump into the camera here. Carson said, I figured out that I use 6 out of the 14 weapons of wilds. Nice. Almost halfway there. That's fantastic. Let me jump over to the paint cam here, and we'll get started on our hobby for the day, okay? Here we are. Oh, man, Mountain Dew taking the center frame here. What is that doing there? I forgot to move that. My bad. This belongs over here. Sorry. There it goes. It can live over there for now. Not sponsored, but Mountain Dew, if you're watching, I will happily promote your product anytime, any day. All right. Just letting you know. Here is my camera set up. I got to move all this junk out of the way because I don't have enough space. Sacrilege. I love Mountain Dew. It's so good. Nom 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 avor. Good to see you, Fred. How we doing, Fred? Welcome to stream. Good to see you. Thanks, Serena. Started to use a charge blade. Nice. Charge blade's great. It's so much fun. Pie Tires, how we doing? Good to see you. Dylan, hello there. We're just getting started. Good to have you. I literally just cleared my space so I can move the pieces in here for you guys to check out. There's the Barroth. It's looking good. The lighting actually works really well here. I think all the paint's now fully dry, and so the lighting catches it a lot better. But that's the piece we worked on yesterday. It looks awesome. You're learning Hammer Wilds? Nice. That's awesome. Hey, Terragal. Hey, Depressed Blobfish. How we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. So here is the Barroth that I painted yesterday. Looking all snazzy and awesome. I'm so proud of this. I'm very, very happy with this model. It came out really well. Really enjoyable process putting together. Who knew that shades of brown could look so good? I like it a lot. Mountain Dew, I can personally assure you heard you advertise your product. Almost every stream that's sponsored would be beneficial. Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate that. So Barroth, the piece itself is done being painted, but we've got the base looks like a mess. The base is real bad. That's just because we set up the foundation for it yesterday at the end of stream. It had to take time to dry, so we're going to work on the base today. I wanted to show this off before I put this away for a second. Remember that crackle paint that we put on last stream? If you weren't here last stream, the last thing that we put on the base was a paint that when it dries, it cracks. And we did that so we could get all of those little cracks going in the paint there. And then we're going to dry brush over the top of it to make it look like dried, I don't know if dried sand is the right word, like dried earth, right? But it's going to be a sandy color because it's going from the swamp area into the desert area. And we put it thicker on the front. That's this side here. We put it thicker here so it cracked more, and it cracked less on the back where we made it thin. So wherever it's really thin and it just looks like paint, we're going to put mud over that. So it'll look like Barroth put footsteps into the dried area and added mud to that area. The sand is all dried with the glue. I mean, you'll always lose a little bit of sand when you're putting your finger over it, but once I seal this, it should stay better. But I do need to paint these rocks a different shade. I don't really like the cork color on here. And then I'm going to dry brush just a little bit of like a yellow on this just to highlight it a bit. We're going to retain most of the sand color on here, but I want it to feel more fantasy sand, not real life sand. So it needs to pop a little bit. And then on the brown area here, we are going to add a log that's fallen on the ground with the mushroom. And then we're going to put mud over a lot of this stuff. I'm going to add some dried bushes as well. Let me show you the stick I found, though. I went out into my backyard and found a stick. And I picked this stick for a couple reasons. Yeah, stick details. You ready? Hey, Dragon Guy, good to see you. I wanted a fallen log. Hey, Ronan, welcome, welcome. I wanted a fallen log that had a fork in it at the end, which I got. And I picked up one that had this little extra branch here because I could break this off and it'll have a big old knot in it. And I want that knot to stick out. And then we're just going to put this, we're going to glue this right to the base and probably just leave it exactly how it looks. I'm not going to paint this brown. I might put mud around certain parts of it because Barroth is tromping through the area. And then we're going to stick a little mushroom cluster over by the fork when we put that on there. But all of this stuff is going to happen after we get the Anjanath piece worked on. So we're gonna finish out the base on this model through today's stream. That's going to happen, but we're going to be efficient with our time because nobody likes to watch paint dry, even though we did that yesterday. I got you baited so hard yesterday on that one. We're not going to watch paint dry on another model. So what we do is we get the other model ready to go, put paint on it, let it dry, then work on the base while the paint's drying so we don't have to come back to it. So here's the Anjanath model, and let's put these side by side so you can see the size. They're pretty similar in size. The Barroth head is definitely bigger than the Anjanath head. That's always been true. I kind of was expecting Anjanath to be a little taller than Barroth, but they're essentially the same size. Almost identically the same size. So we've got a small crown Anjanath, which is fine. That model itself looks really, really good. The hard part with plastic, with models, is making hair that looks like hair. Because they're not strands, right? They're clumps. It's really clumpy. Like all this hair in here is really thick. I think it's going to be a little tough here to make this look stringy. And so I don't know if I'm going to lean into it or avoid it. I think I'm going to just lean into it being clumpy. Because it's easier that way. I don't really want to go through a whole bunch of hobby hurdles to make this look stringy. But they did a really good job on the modeling. They got the hair all the way down the tail, which is what Anjanath has. He's got like a shag carpet all over the top of his body, which is fun. So paint the small crown on the bottom base. That's a good idea. I like that. We might have to do that. That's awesome. Now, one thing with models, with how they're made, right? This is just a little bit a lesson with how models are made is imagine, so an artist will draw this up in like Blender, right? In something with 3D modeling. They'll draw this figure up. Then they'll print it out, right? So they'll sculpt it. More than likely they'll sculpt it out of like clay, right? Let it dry. They take the clay sculpture and wrap it in silicone or some kind of material and then let it dry. And then they cut that silicone or that mold, it becomes a mold, in half and take out the clay sculpt. But now you've got two halves of a mold with a recess of all of this texture that they put in the sculpture. Hey, Panther, welcome. Then you can mass produce it because you've got a mold, right? And so you take the mold and sandwich it together, and then you pour plastic into the top of it, and it's all liquid, but then that plastic fills out that whole mold, and then they do their whatever, however plastic dries. I don't know how you do that. Heat it up or whatever. And then when it's all solidified, you take the mold off, and this pops out, yeah? Without the base. The base is separate. Then you would hear the base. That's what these little circles here on the bottom of the base are. There's something that's adhering the feet to these circles. I don't know what it is. I didn't cut them off, but it's probably just plastic dowels, basically, they put in here. So anyways, the reason why the mold thing matters is because if you've made a PB&J before, peanut butter and jelly, when you put the bread with the jelly and the bread with the peanut butter together, what happens is the peanut butter and jelly sticks out through the edge of the bread, unless you didn't put enough in it, obviously. If you put the right amount in it or too much, it squirts out the sides, right? And that happens with plastic in the mold as well. And so you get these things where the two halves came together. You can see it right here. Let me get my pencil. It's very faint on the top, which is good. You see right here that there's a line? You See that line right there? Thankfully, on the top of the sculpt, it's not too bad. You don't see it that bad, but you can see where the plastic squirted out the top of the mold line for the two halves of the Anjanath. And it's literally called a mold line. That's where the mold halves came together. They poured plastic in, and this plastic squirted out the sides. Yeah, that's a little tiny one. And awesome enough, the sculptor who did this was very smart, because there's a mold line all the way through here. You just can't see it. And the reason why you can't see it is because it's hair. It blends in with the hair, so you don't have to worry about mold lines here. But where the mold line's bad is underneath. And now this is going to be hard to see, but I'll see if I can get a shot. Some Anjanath butt cheeks here. But you can see the mold line a lot better here on the tail. See the mold line right here on the very half of the tail all the way down? It's a very distinct, clear line. It's a lot easier to see on the bottom of this thing than on the top of this thing, which is good, because most people aren't going to look at the bottom of this thing, but some people will. That's the mold line. And that mold line goes all the way down to the front of the Anjanath too. Right? And this is on every single model in the box. It's not just Anjanath. Every single model is made with, it has mold lines. This is how miniatures are made. But the mold line goes all the way down the middle of Anjanath here, down his belly and everything, yeah? That's not natural. Mold lines don't exist on on monsters and human beings and creatures. That's not how that works. So we need to get rid of them. And there's two reasons why we get rid of them. One, because I can see them right now. Hey, Velocity, good to see you. Welcome. We can see them right now, which is unsightly, but it's not that big a deal. But you will see it more when you put paint on the model. Remember that dry brushing technique we did yesterday, for those who were here yesterday, where we dry brushed this lighter brown on top of the dark brown on the edges so that they pop off? That same technique, the dry brushing technique, if we do that on Anjanath, the brush is going to pull out the mold line because that's texture, right? It's something that's been sculpted into the model. And so when we dry brush it, you'll see a very clear, distinct, lighter colored line going all the way down the middle of the monster, and it looks awful when you dry brush it. If you weren't going to dry brush this, you'd probably get away with not worrying about the mold lines, but we are going to dry brush it because dry brushing, especially on the hair, is going to look really good. And so we want to get rid of this mold line so it doesn't show up. And the way you do that, thankfully, it's finicky, but our good old X-Acto knife, really, really good way and easy way to get rid of mold lines. Now, we're not using the blade part of the X-Acto knife, the sharp end. Hey, Can of Cheese, how we doing? Good to see you. You can have a mold line. Have you checked? I'm not going to ask. Never mind. We're not going to use the blade end of the X-Acto knife because we're not necessarily looking to cut the model. We're looking to scrape the mold line away, because just like your PB&J sandwich, the peanut butter and jelly that's outside of the bread, you can just lick it off. You don't have to cut that out, right? But the stuff that's inside the bread, you got to use your chompers for it, right? That's what your teeth are for. That's what we're doing. Are there Monster Hunter minis? These are Monster Hunter models from the Monster Hunter board game made by Steamforged Games. Yes, these are official Monster Hunter models. Reaper guy, check this out, because you didn't see this. There's a Barroth fully painted. We're going to work on the base today. But I've got 8 of these monster models in my possession currently, and 8 hunters that have weapon selections. And then I have a whole ton of, I have a bunch of boxes of monsters coming in later this year from the Iceborne expansion. Okay, we're going to start on the bottom here, because if we mess up, no one's going to look on the bottom compared to the top. We take our unbladed end, the dull side, and we're just going to scrape it 45-degree angle, right? And you're going to see chunks of plastic come off this thing. It does not need to be absolutely perfect, but we want to get the PB&J seam off. Now, I need to move my head because I can't see through my camera here. Does one of the Hunter minis have a charge blade? Yep. Yeah, I'll show it to you. I've got it here, actually. I'm not done painting it yet, but I've got the base coats done. But there's a Hunter mini for every weapon in the full board game. I've only got 8 of the minis right now, though. I got to get a couple more boxes to get the rest of the Hunters. And the Iceborne expansion that I bought has all 14 weapons in it in Iceborne armor. This guy's wearing the Joy Totus armor, the Joy Totus weapon. Yeah. How's it called? It's the Monster Hunter World board game. Monster Hunter World board game. Okay, I'm gonna move. My head's gonna look a little weird here, but I can't see through my camera. But I want you guys to see what I'm doing here. Who gave Tails a knife? Yeah. I'm using the blunt end of the knife, not the sharp end. Don't even worry about it. Now, this step is a step that's often ignored by miniature painters because it's not fun. You have to imagine, we're doing this for one piece. That's not that big a deal. Imagine doing this for like 100 infantry units in Warhammer 40K, right? On every single angle, not just the bottom and top, but the mold lines go all the way through the sides. We just have narrow sides on this guy. There's not much surface area here and here, but some of the models in 40K, they're like blocky. So you've got to do 4 sides instead of 2. And that includes every arm, every weapon, every body. It gets really annoying. And so people will just skip it. But you'll be able to tell instantly the people who really care about their models and want them to look really good, even from a distance, because they'll take time getting the mold lines scraped off. And it's not a hard process. It's just a finicky one. It takes time. And most people want to spend their time assembling models and painting them, not scraping plastic. But I think it's actually kind of therapeutic. It makes me feel like I'm doing a quality job for such a small step in terms of difficulty. And it really does help your models look better when you do the paint job later. No longer ask you to use a mushroom. Yeah, we're moving on to pointier things. Exactly. Warhammer 40K laughing in the corner. Yeah, the pile of shame. I did it for all of my Tyranids. It was a pain in the butt. It took forever. But I usually spent my time scraping plastic, watching podcasts, YouTube videos, and during COVID, I was playing D&D online with friends of mine. And while we were playing D&D, I was scraping plastic because this is pretty brainless. As you just don't poke yourself with a knife, that's all. It's also messy. That's one downside here. So my desk is going to be a disaster today, but that's okay. That's part of hobbying. Scraping plastic's your favorite pastime? Well, then you'll be right at home doing this, Dylan. There we go. Now, one problem with using this edge is that if you don't get the angle right, you'll leave scratches on the model. I don't know if you can see. I've got a couple scratches underneath here. This poor guy has a butt rash, and I gave it to him. There's one really awkward line right here that I don't like at all. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that one. It's recessed. It's not sticking up. I'm going to just have to leave that one. We could fill it if I had sculpting, like modeling, sculpting stuff, but that takes forever to fill, and I'm not interested. And it's on his butt, so it's okay. I'm not worried about it. If it was on his face, I would probably change it. But there. So just like that, just a couple minutes. Now that's just one mold line, and there's one spot right here that I can't get to. It's in between a bunch of these chunks, and I want to save the chunks. Right there, I can see it. So I'll make dropping dung pods uncomfortable. Yeah. Exactly. But now that mold line's gone, see, it's all soft here. It's rounded instead of a big point or edge. So that's just that side on the other side. Let's get this side now. Take care of this guy. Oh, okay, I can't see very well here. Give me a second. There we go. This one's not as pronounced, which is good. There's a little bit here, though. We're just taking the edge off, that's all. We want this to be rounded because bellies are meant to be round, not pointed. Unless you got a really awkward belly button, and this would be probably the worst belly button in the world if it was this long and pointed, you know? Hey, Mikhail, how we doing? Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. How's this board game work? It's a card game, sort of. Each of your weapons have a deck of cards that have different attacks and options for moves on them. And then the monster also has a deck of cards with attacks and moves that it will use. And then it's a turn-based game, except that the monster gets to move more often than the hunters do. The monsters become pretty dangerous, which is good. That's what we want, right? And then as you hunt the monster in the board game, you break parts from it, which changes their monster deck or their moves that they use. And part breaks also drop parts for you, so you can craft gear in the board game, which changes the stats of the weapons and armor you're using, aka how much damage you take and how much damage you deal with the deck. So it'll feel very much like Monster Hunter, the video game, but in turn-based form with cards. Yeah, it's super fun. It's not straight card game like trading card games. It's still got a board, and you move pieces around on the board, including these big models. But the attacks you use and all that stuff are all card based. So you have a hand, and certain attacks you could do in certain orders. Think of it sort of like Slay the Spire, except that there's an action sequence with the cards you play, as in if you play cards in a certain order, you do a combo attack, right? So if you want to perform the super amplified elemental discharge with the charge blade, you have to play like 4 cards in a particular order to even pull it off, which means you have to have those cards in your hand in order to pull it off, and then you have to be positioned and all that stuff, but then you get a big benefit. So it'll feel very much like Monster Hunter, the video game, in that regard, which is really cool. It's very, very fun. One of the unique things about it is that the action bar, where you get to play cards on and how many cards you get to play per turn, is also your dodge bar, which is literally how stamina works in the video game, right? Except your actions, all of your actions use the stamina bar. Whereas in Monster Hunter, you know, your basic attacks don't use stamina, stuff like that. In this game, they do. And so if you're out of position and the monster is going to hit you, you have to decide if you're going to throw an attack and trade damage, which then you always lose the trade, right? Monsters always do more damage to you than you do to it. Or do you burn your potential combo to be able to dodge and move out of the way so you don't take damage, right? Which I think is really cool, part of the turn-based board game. I think it works really well there. All right. Hey, Owen, how we doing? Good to see you. Only 4? I've just used that as an example. It's not necessarily 4. It might be more than that. I don't remember. I haven't played the game. I've just looked at the deck. And it's been a while since I've looked at the deck. I was just using it as an example. There was one line back there that I missed, but I think I got it. Okay. So far, it's looking pretty good. It looks kind of obtuse here, so I'm going to work on this one just a little bit more. This line's sticking pretty far up. Like, as in, like, it's pretty thick line. We're going to get it a little smoother. But the rest of the model's looking pretty good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. There we go. I don't want to blow that. That's right, because it's going to get all over my keyboard. Got to be careful about the mess I make today. There we go. I need this is the right tool. I should have put down my cutting board. That'll work. Okay. That's looking good. So there's the mold lines on the bottom taken care of, all rounded instead of pointy. There's a mold line right here on the head. It's pretty small, but I do want to get it. The rest of this model, I don't see the mold line on the hair, and that's good. I know there's one there. I can see it a little bit right here. But it's following the hair, and the hair just... Your eyes can't even really distinguish between the mold line and the hair sticking up. So I'm not going to worry about the mold line back here. Maybe on this one big chunk, I'll take care of it. I can see a little bit right here. But it really doesn't matter because we want the dry brushing to catch all these little strands. So I'm going to leave it back there. We just got to get this line on the head here. That would be good. Hey, Tim, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Working on Anjanath today, and we're going to finish the Barroth base. I just want to get this guy prepped and primed so that while the paint's drying, we can work on the base of Barroth and then come back and paint this guy some more. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Looking pretty good, actually. There's just a little bit here on the nose. The nose is a pretty recognizable part of the monster. We want this to look good because people are going to look at the nose. So these little like flakes of plastic, we don't have to worry about. They're not going to do anything. It doesn't look so good now, but when we put primer on the model, you won't even see this. The primer is going to cover up some of this stuff. stuff. That's looking good. There's one right here too. That's a weird mold line, but I see it right here under his little tiny arm. There's also a gap in his arm here, which doesn't make me very happy. I can see this gap right here. It looks like he's got an armband. They must have adhered that themselves at the factory when they sent this instead of having me do it. And their quality assurance person did not check to see if those arms were put on securely. Like they're secure, but they're not like there's a gap on there. I really don't want to mold. Oh, they're on both arms too. Bummer. I don't really want to milliput that, but I think I'm gonna leave it. I think I'm just gonna risk it, and we'll just cake on paint there. You didn't know I was so good at this? I've been doing this since I was in high school. Yeah, my friends and I played the Lord of the Rings tabletop miniature board game by Games Workshop. Same people who make 40K. There's a Lord of the Rings version of the game. We played that game a ton. All through high school. I had hundreds of dollars of pieces and hundreds of hours of time. And I was much less good at it then than I am now. But I've been working with plastic for ages. I don't know. I never got into plastic cars. But plastic fantasy pieces are pretty fun, you know. Hey, Goose, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome. There's a mold line on this guy's leg. I can see it right here. This guy was made in like 3 sections instead of 2. It's going right down the middle of his leg. I'm glad I checked this before I went. Just gotta get a little scrape here. Right down the middle of his leg. Okay, this one's fine because that's little spikes on his leg. Oh, down in here, we gotta get quick. There we go. Sloppy handiwork, a little bit, yeah. But that's okay. If I was really, really thorough, I would get my little sculpting clay out and just fill those gaps. But it's really not going to matter that much. There's another mold line right here. Let me get in here. This is going to be hard to get to because I'm left-handed. If I was right-handed, I could get this one really easy, but I'm not. Sorry, camera. This will be hard for you guys to see because of the angle I have to hold this thing. Sorry. That's why we have 2 cameras. So you can look at my beautiful face while the other camera's covered by a big old circle. There we go. There we go. Now you're looking fresh and clean. Wonderful. What's up, Proceed? How we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hope your Tuesday's going fantastic. Okay. You gonna need more angles? I need more cameras if I gotta get more angles. I got more cameras. Maybe someday. We're gonna need bigger charts. Okay, here we go. Angie's looking fresh. Looking clean. Let me move this camera up for you. Oh, did I do the wrong way? I did. This way. There we go. There's Angie all cleaned up now. It's not the right angle for you. You got to hand it to yourself. You got rid of it pretty well. You did just left it. You could have just left it. Those puns, man. I think you're using ChatGPT for all these puns, Dylan. They're quick. Okay. We are on to the next step now. Let me clean up my space here. Gotta move this camera for a second. Whoop. Mountain Dew. The one and only. I was actually thinking about different options for a soda to drink. that maybe would be a little healthier. I gotta find that. Let me throw this away quick. Okay. We're back. Did you work out a little early? Have to rebuild my stamina. Oh, good work though. Nice job. Waffles with peanut butter? That's a good pick. That's so yummy. Waffles or pancakes with peanut butter is a highlight of breakfast for me. I love it. Okay, chat. I'll take it as a compliment. There you go. We get to go on an adventure. Today, or last night, in order to be ready for today, my wife and I cleaned up our house so that it's a little more presentable, so I can actually take the camera around. I'm going to take you on a journey through my place. The problem is I won't have a mic because this mic is attached to my desk. It can't walk with me, and so I don't have a way to take the microphone with you, or with me, to show you. So I'm going to show you a few things around my place, but what I'm looking for is a black spray paint primer. I know exactly what's that. We're going to go grab it. Then we're going to go out to my garage, and I'm going to spray paint this guy with black primer. And I'm just going to leave the music on so that it won't be silent here, but you won't be able to hear me while I'm doing all the work because there's no mic. But once we get this guy spray painted, we'll bring him back, let him dry, and we'll work on the Barroth while the primer's drying, okay? Yeah, I'd rather yell really loud. I'd have to be... I wouldn't have a voice for sure after this. Okay, let's go on a journey, and we'll go spray paint this Anjanath, okay? Enjoy the music and the ride. Yeah, you'll see the fox den for sure. We're going to start in my office, move into the living room and the kitchen. I'll grab the primer there, and then I'm going to go outside over to the garage. Hopefully the Wi-Fi will work through the garage. It should, though. We should be all right. Thanks, Wizard Lizard. I appreciate it. I will be right back. You're coming with me, though. You just won't be able to hear me, okay? Here we go. Whee! Oh, hey. How you been? We lost a little Wi-Fi out there, my bad. But that's okay. We got to see the important parts. That's what matters. How we doing, everybody? Did you enjoy that, huh? Was that a good time? Let me see what we about monsters. Yeah, basically. Oh, funny. That's so fun. DIY videos. Yeah, basically. That's what I'm going for, you know? That's fun. All right. Well, the hope now. Actually, I should text my wife. I can't do that yet. Hold on. Let me switch screens. I need to text my wife so that she doesn't pull the car into the garage because she's going to run over Anjanath. She's at work, but hey, wifey, don't pull into the garage until my stream is over. Just in case, come home early. There we go. We don't want her to run over Anjanath. That would be that'd be tragic. Left us for so long. It went a little longer than I thought it did, but with all the internet connection stuff, I was like, oh, what do I do? I was trying to think through what to do. I was like, just go. It doesn't matter at this point, so it's no big deal. So Anjanath is in. Yeah, it would be content. If I had a camera on it, it'd be perfect. Anjanath's in the garage, sitting where my wife would park, drying. And in like 5 minutes, I need to go out and pick it up and move it because it's kind of cold in the garage right now. It's only like 40 degrees in maybe 50 in Minnesota right now. The garage is a little warmer than that, but not by much. I'm going to move it into my bathroom, the Anjanath, and turn on the ventilator in there so that the fumes will leave the house, but it'll be in a, a warmer environment so that the paint doesn't clump up. But it's really watery right now, and I don't want to touch it, so I'm not going to. That'd be some way to slay Anjanath. Someday in Monster Hunter's future, they're going to add vehicles, and we'll be able to run over monsters. I'm calling it right now. It's going to happen. It's just the way of life when video games happen, All right, some of my paint is chipped. That's sand. There we go. Okay. I don't want to handle this model too much because this really nice paint job that we did yesterday on it will chip the more I touch it. It'll stick to my fingers or my fingernails will clip it. So I want to finish this base ASAP so that we can put a sealer over everything. And then you can touch as much as you want. It doesn't matter. But right now there's no sealer on it. Wife, don't open the garage or you'll trigger an environmental trap on Anjanath. Yeah. It's like the house from Home Alone. It's booby trapped, Yeah, they already have airships. Exactly. They could run over an Anjanath with an airship. Woo. No, yeah. We're in Fahrenheit here. 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, check out what I made here, chat. Let's see if you can distinguish my chicken scratches. That's my handwriting. Born and raised. Well, I wasn't born with handwriting, though. I learned it, but my father has worse handwriting than me. I inherited my handwriting from him. Pretty bad. So this up here says scrape Anjanath, which we did, and prime them black. We're done with that part. Now we're on to the Barroth part. We need to glue that tree branch down. We need to dry brush the dried area, which is the that crackle paint. Paint the rocks. Dry brush the sand on the base a more yellow. And add muds last. I put that too early, but we got to paint the mushroom that we're going to glue to this. Then glue the mushroom, paint the moss, and then put down the mud. And then we're going to prime Anjanath. We got to prime Anjanath again with a white. And then we're going to base coat Anjanath. That's the plan. And we'll do more if we get through that list, but that's the order of operations. So we're going to start with this moss because it's going to take time to dry. Rate by stick. What was the do you guys see the TikTok trend, the Stick Nation? All right, we don't quite have a stick for Stick Nation, but it's in the same vein, Okay, we got some moss here, and or something like it. It's some vegetation that looks, to me, it looks like dried brush, like if you're out in the like tumbleweed and stuff like that. It's just not the right color, so we're gonna change the color of this by just dry brushing paint over the top. We got to find a little clump here, and I don't want it to be too thick and mangled. I want it to be kind of loose. I'm kind of liking this thing right here, and we could just break it because it's just vegetation. It's just lettuce is all it is, right? Basically. You don't have TikTok? I got rid of it for a while, but I just re-downloaded it again. I'm not sure if I'm happy about that or not, but 'tis the season right now. So I kind of view this as kind of like, it looks like dried brush, like dried sticks and stuff. We're going to put that on one of the areas. And so, but I need to paint this brownish grayish, like the color of the claws on Barroth. So we're going to do that first so we can let that paint dry. And then once that paint dries, we can adhere the brush to our base here. The question is now, do I want 2 patches of this? I kind of do, I think. Where are they going to go? We don't need them in the vegetation spot because it's dried out. It's probably to go along here somewhere. Maybe, yeah, I think I'm gonna do two patches of it, just to add some variety in different spots. I don't want them to look exactly the same either, so we try to find something that looks a little bit different. Variety in nature or randomness in nature is what makes things look good. Little patch there. That's good. If things look too much the same or have a pattern, then it looks man-made. You want it to look very organic, which means very not planned. And I'm gonna get a little, not preachy, but like, this is a passion thing for me. I love organic, not like organic foods or organic growing habits or whatever. I mean like organic time. I like when things are free flow and organic instead of very planned out and no wiggle room. I like flexibility. Now I will say, because my wife right now is dying because she's like, you hate surprises. I do. I don't like surprises that much. I like kind of knowing what's going on, but I like knowing what's going on and then having the ability to flex versus knowing nothing, right? That's not organic. That's chaos, right? Organic doesn't mean chaos. There's still an order to nature and how things work, but it's not fully planned out. Where chaos is absolutely, there's no plan whatsoever. Things don't go anywhere like you think they would. That's kind of how I like to live life. Very organic, like. Before I keep talking about this, let me show you this. See this splotch right here, this batch? That was our brown paint. And when it was sitting in this wet palette, which is still wet, there's still water in here. All of these paints are still able to be used. But because it was sitting on this wet palette and had more water added to it, the paints unmixed from each other. And so the yellow came out of this brown. All we got to do is mix this back up again, and it'll be brown again. So your paint palette might look a little bit different, but if we just mix here, now the brown's back. It just separated, like if you leave soup out overnight or in your fridge, right? It all separates out. If you just stir it back up, it looks fine. Nothing to worry about. What I want, though, is this brown gray. I shouldn't have washed my brush there. I'm wasting paint. Brown gray that we did on the claws. So I'm going to take this brown here and move it over. And chat, just to make sure y'all know what I'm doing here. This wet palette is literally what we used yesterday, and I did nothing to it except put a lid on it. I didn't do anything. And that's the beauty of a wet palette, is that your paints stay hydrated over days. And I legitimately could leave this with a lid on, as long as the lid's airtight, which this brand is an airtight lid. As long as the lid is airtight, this paint and the water in here will last for, I mean, weeks sometimes. There we go. This tail stream or a master Oogway? What is the, oh man. What is the quote he says before he floats off into the ether? Y'all know my Oogway lore now. I don't know much of it. I've never painted this stuff before. This is my first time doing this. I'm gonna throw it in here. Like, who cares? We want every part of it to get touched by paint. And I don't really care if it's super gloppy on here now, because we can just flip it around. It might wreck my palette a little bit though, but hey, Deranged, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to stream. I brought players with me today. So I don't have to use my fingies for this stuff. Can't do this with one hand. Okay, there's that. Didn't expect 2 paint streams in a row. You know, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do 2 in a row, but I had such a fun time yesterday. It was hard to say no. And honestly, like long term, we're not gonna do this back to back to back to back to back. It'll be like 2 in a row. Saturday is my birthday. We're gonna celebrate my birthday and do some Hunter Hangout on Monster Hunter Wilds. And then next Monday, we're not going to paint. We'll do something else. And I'll bring painting back another time, you know? Mix it up, have some variety going on. We're still doing Monster Hunter, just in a different way right now. Woo! Almost went the wrong colors there. Where'd you get the figure from? This is from Steamforged Games. They have a board game called the Monster Hunter World board game. They are the official models from that board game. I do not have enough paint on my palette. I'm just going to use this gray for now. A spray paint would have been better here, but I don't have a gray spray paint. So this is what I get to do. is try to paint it on a palette. And like I said as well, I've never painted stuff like this before, so. The spray paint definitely would have been better here, though, because we could get into all these creases and crevices. It also doesn't need to be fully gray here, either. I don't really want it green, though, because green means it's still alive, you know? So I do want to get more gray on here, but a little bit of green's fine. You're not complaining? Me neither. No, yeah, I didn't think you were. You're good. Yeah. You're allowed to ask questions. That's fine. I don't mind at all. I'm pretty easy going. Don't you worry. Yeah, I'm happy. I just really enjoyed it painting so much yesterday, and it's been a long time since I've sat down and just enjoyed painting. I was talking to my wife yesterday after stream, and she was like, why don't you do it again? I said, well, I'm worried that people won't like it or whatever. And she's like, Tails, if you're having fun, people are going to have fun. It doesn't have to be the most popular thing all the time, every time, you know? Like, get in there and do what you like to do, and people are going to like what you do when you do it. Like, you're right, wifey. So we're back. We're back doing painting, and I'm cool with that. This looks like the most disgusting piece of broccoli. I think the big problem I have is I've got a bad brush here. Before my workout, I craved cola, but after, I still craved something sweet, so I grabbed and now peeling a clementine. Oh, there you go. Good work. Good work on managing the cravings. That's a hard skill. I'm not very good at that. Okay, let's do it. You know what? If I water my paint down more, it'll be more runny, and it'll get into more of these gaps. We got to put the paint skills and knowledge to work here to get all of this, all the fibers here, collecting gray paint, and not my fingers. There we go. That's looking good. That's looking pretty darn good. And in the future, I will be using spray paint for this, because for this little piece of dead brush, it should not take this long to do this. But like I said, I don't have great spray paint, but that's looking good. We'll let that dry. I brought some paper towels with me over here. Set that off to the side. Oh, perfect. That can just dry there. And then we'll do round two. Boosh. Wet the paintbrushes a little bit because we want it more liquidy to get into all these gaps. Hey, Breeze, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Howdy, howdy. We can ask questions in that case. Will you marry? Oh, right. You're already married to wifey. That's correct. Yeah, sorry, Dylan. I'm a taken man. Happily married. No plans to change. I like where I'm at. If the pictures on my wall didn't show that to you, I don't know what else will. We've had that wall of pictures up since day 2 of living in this place. It was a birthday present I got for my wife. Her birthday was very near to when we moved here, and I bought those little clothespins on a line. That line lights up like Christmas lights, so we could turn on the lights there when it's dark and whenever, or during the holidays, whatever we want, and reminisce, you know. That went a lot faster when the paint is watered down. I should have done that from the start. There's your tip, chat. If you're ever trying to paint this dry brush stuff, or whatever, this dried brush stuff, and you don't have a rattle can, very watered down paint will get you there. That looks so good, and it went on a lot better. Oh, this stuff's gonna look awesome. Okay, put that there. Wash the brush. How's Barroth going? Barroth is finished. We're working on the base right now. Yep, we're getting all the parts ready to go for it. I was working on it, and then I got the flu. The soda was like my main source of energy. Like I wasn't gonna go through hell while sick. Yeah. You know, there's nothing wrong with enjoying the treats and stuff. It's when you become addicted to them that's the issue, right? It's okay. Our bodies can handle treats. It's when we over handle that's the issue, you know. Hey, Drunken Duck, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to stream. That's wholesome. The pictures? Yeah. My wife's a big fan of pictures. I don't have as much care for them. I used to, though. Here's a little Tales fact for you. When I was single, I used to take pictures of everything I did. And I think it was a way of me trying to connect with people, like share what I was doing with, like, in my life with others, so that I would have things to talk about with people, you know? And as soon as I got engaged and married, I stopped taking pictures because ultimately I didn't care about the pictures. I just wanted the connection. But I'm married. I have connection. I love my wife. She's all I need, all I want. And so if she and I chat about stuff, I don't need pictures to show what I do. I'm very happy to be married to wifey. And the nice thing now, it's kind of funny, like I'm a content creator now, so I have to take pictures of videos of lots of things I do. But it's for different reasons now, right? It's different. So, and even then I should take more pictures. I should put more stuff on my Instagram and Twitter, honestly. Loved to stream yesterday that it motivated to finish my Diablos. Oh, heck yeah! Deranged Dre, are you willing to show a picture on Discord? No pressure. You don't have to. But I would love to see what you did if you're up for it. I think there's more caffeine running through my veins than blood. Might want to get on that. I've been telling people that my blood's green. Yeah. All right, so like I said, we found a stick. I'm going to do nothing to the stick. I like that the stick is not super vibrant, because it's in the desert. We're going to break this off right here. And we're going to break off these long ends and fix this side. But then we're just going to glue it on. I don't want the inside of this to be this bright, though, so I might put some gray in there. That might be the only painting I do. And honestly, like, this might be too big. This might be too big of a stick. We'll see. I don't want these to be broken at the same exact length. Let me get in here with this guy. There we go. It's a nice stick, thank you. Found it myself. It's a little green. I took it from the tree outside, but that's fine. Okay. This is too long still. We can see that here if I put it on the base. There's Barroth base. I'm gonna put the stick like here. Yeah, but the stick is sticking way too far out. So we might lose that knot, but I'm gonna try to keep it for now. We can always go shorter, but we can't go longer. But I'm gonna break the stick right here because we don't need that much length on here. And I'm gonna try not to pinch my fingers off here. Okay, we're fine. I was worried about the players moving. Yeah? Now we got a stick. Clementine has had about all the white stuff taken off. Eat a ducky moss. I'm not a big fan of clementines. I like orange juice, but I don't like oranges, and it's mostly because the rind. I've got a weird thing with texture. I don't like touching weird textures. I've always been that way. I don't know why. And the only texture I like touching that's gross is clay. Wet clay. I can do any kind of clay, mud, right? It's fine. But anything outside of that, I get like, ugh. Might have to do something like this for my Warhammer mini. Yeah, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, that's what I grew up doing. That's what I've been doing forever. This is the biggest model I've ever done. But Warhammer is where I started. Or the same brand anyways. And I love doing bases. I love it. And really, you can do most of your base stuff with just the stuff you have outside. That's a stick from my tree outside. This is cork. That's sand from a beach in a state I went to. I just picked up a big container of sand and brought it home. Like, you don't need to go buy sticks in sand. They get them from the same spot you get them. They just put them in plastic and charge you money for them. Like, just go get a stick up from outside. It's not a big deal, you know? Yeah, if you're interested, I'd be happy. I'm happy to answer questions too, Chad. If you've got models and stuff that you're working on, you're like, I don't know how to do this. Let me know. I love this stuff. I've done it for a long time. I'm always happy to help with this stuff. So just let me know, okay? No pressure. Barroth will play fetch, maybe. This is a mushroom cluster that we need to paint. But I put a little bit of sticky tack on the bottom, so it'll stick to this base. So we're gonna throw this on here in just a spot to see if we like where it's at. If it looks nice, you know? Like, and if it looks nice, then we super glue it. And it stays forever, right? But we can position this all over the place. And what I'd like to do, remember when I was talking about these lines that we made where this is the dried area, this is the lush area, and there's a line separating them, and I kind of want to cover it up so people don't see it that much. Hey, Eric, how we doing? This is the kind of stuff you use to cover it. Like, I could put a stick right here, right? And now that line goes away, and we put the mushroom into the crease like I want it. Now you don't even really see the line that separates the dried from the lush area because the stick's covering it. It's just tricks, you know? All we're doing, like, the line's obviously there. We just don't see it. And so our brain doesn't think, oh, that's a weird transition. Because we're transitioning it with this stick, you know? We just position it how we want it to. There's still a little line here, but we could throw some like little tufts of grass and stuff in that area. You know what I'm saying? Looks pretty good. Hey, Ruskin, how we doing? I'm working on a model from the Monster Hunter World board game. A couple of them, actually. We're going to put down a stick and a mushroom here. I think I like where this is at. I also like it further back a little bit. I do like it in here as well. Like that. It's not that much of a difference, except that we have this line still. And I don't know if I really want to use the stick fully as a line. But I also like covering up the line is something I wanted to do from the start. And we don't want the stick hanging off the edge too much here either. You end up grabbing this on accident. Like it'll catch clothes or the box or whatever. And then you rip it off the base. So we do want this end to be on the base. I need to move this around a little bit because of that end. There we go, like that. Almost there. So another trick we could do here too, right? Like we got a pretty sweet looking other stick here. Like I could take this. Let's break off an end here. How do you play the game? I actually don't even really know. I've read the rules and I don't understand it completely. But I want to get some models painted so that when I do play, I've got some sweet looking models to look at, you know? All right, I brought tweezers down here for a reason. You do something like that. That's a little bit obtuse. Let me flip this around like that. Give me your mushrooms. Woo! My sticky tack's getting flat. Hold up. Make sure you get dirt sand from actual outdoors. You cook it in the oven. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you just put it in the oven for a few minutes at a low temp. It kills all the bacteria. That's all right. It's a little chonky. I don't know if I like it that chonky, but it's an idea, you know? I'm not sure what to do here. I think I like just the one stick better because it's not a forest, you know? Is there palico piece? There is. Yep, there is. I don't have it right now, but there is palicos. The other option could be that we might just have the wrong stick. Maybe this stick isn't the right stick. Maybe this stick is the right stick, you know? Big decisions here, Kitty Fox Gaming. What stick do we use? I actually don't like that stick. We're taking this one back. And I want to see the fork. We're going back to the original idea. I like that one better. Like this? No. this. I think that's what we want to do. I'm not sold on it yet, though. Who knew placing sticks would be this stressful, huh? I'm overthinking it. The reason I'm overthinking it is because the shape of this stick is the exact same shape as this line, and I don't like that. I want it to be different. It feels too pattern, you know? Like, I really want to play it across this way, but I'm worried about this line as well. All right, I need to break this off a little bit. Artistic expression. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. There we go. Okay. Next stream's gonna be $100 painted Diablos. Who knows? Who knows? Diablos isn't really a complicated piece to paint. It's just big. That's all. So it'll probably go okay once we get the base coat on. Is that fine? Maybe if I cut out some of the line in the back. Do we put this mushroom maybe in this spot here? No, I like it better over here. That's pretty nice. I think I like that best. Make it look like you stepped on it and broke it. That's a little more work than I'm up for, but we could do that. I need a lot more sculpting in order to make that happen. So, and if he stepped on it, I'd want it behind him back here. If it was behind him. In front, it's a little bit. He hasn't stepped there yet. It's a cool idea though, but I want him to be like he's looking like he's about to trounce these mushrooms, you know? Good to see you, wifey. Hope you're doing well. The colors are really nice looking. How'd you make it so accurate? You know, years of artistic practice. That's how. You should see it in the big light too. I'll show it to you after I get this glued down, because the lighting down here is not as good as up in the big light. I think I'm set on this being the location of the stick. We got to paint the mushroom still. We're gonna do that next, but I gotta glue that stick down first. And I gotta make a spot on my little mushroom holder here. Let me grab that. Whoop. Put it on the mushroom holder. For those wondering, that's the mushroom holder. All right, glue time. Super glue is good in a pinch when you need glue fast. Elmer's glue is gonna adhere better, longer, because it doesn't snap as easily. Elmer's glue is probably the right thing to use for the stick right now. I'm worried about dry time though with the mud. How long does this take to dry? 35 minutes. Oh, that's easy. Okay, never mind. 35 minutes we can wait. We're not going to be doing much with the stick area in 35 minutes. So I'll put the Elmer's glue down. Make our life a little better here. Okay, let's glue the stick itself instead of the base, because we're not going to be able to trace it perfectly. Chat, I'm gonna tell you right up front. I'm sleepy today. I did not sleep well last night. I'm happy. I'm pumped. I'm having a great time. But I'm feeling the drain in terms of like my eyes are heavy. I might need some more of that Mountain Dew. Once we get this glued, I'll show off the Barroth on camera and I'll get some Mountain Dew in my system. Did I tell you guys already I was looking for soda alternatives? I think I already said that. I'm looking for alternatives to soda that are healthier but still sweet, you know? My brother brought over some sparkling water a couple weeks ago. That was really tasty. but it wasn't that much healthier than soda, unfortunately. And so ultimately, it's not going to work out. But when I drank it, I was like, dang, this stuff's good stuff. I could drink this instead of soda. There we go. Just some Elmer's glue. Put it back down. There it is. And then I'm going to use these tweezers here to push it down to make sure we got a good contact. We're not going to do that forever, but just to get started here. Okay. There it is. Awesome. All right. Now, we don't want to mess with the stick much, but let me throw the big camera up here so I can show who was seeing this. Ruskin? Yeah, Ruskin. Check this out. On the big camera, the coloring's even better. We got better lights, you know. Zero sugar sodas? Yeah, I had zero sugar Dr. Pepper for a while. It's pretty good. It didn't stick with me, though, which is probably the biggest issue is just gotta find something that sticks with me, you know. There he is. All right, here we go. I think he turned out pretty good. And by pretty good, I think he turned out really good. I really like him a lot. You see back here, under that stick, we got the Elmer's white glue showing. It's kind of hard to see, but it is there. See, you can see the white underneath the stick. Normally, that would freak people out. Don't worry. Elmer's glue dries clear. You won't even see it when it's done. And then we could use some terrain magic for adding terrain to these models to hide any glops that are left over. It's no big deal. So don't worry. Looks amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that. I think it turned out awesome. Get a juicer? Yeah. I probably should, honestly. If my wife and I can't afford a juicer or the fruits to juice things, so we got to get into a financial area where we can do that. All right. I got to get these chunks out of here quick. There we go. Okay. I'll put these on the cutting board. I should have done that from the start. Wonderful. Zero sugar soda is not an option for me. I find the taste absolutely horrid. I do too. The zero sugar Dr. Pepper is probably the best one I've had, though. That one I don't mind as much, but the other ones I do not like. They're not good. Yeah, tea I don't like either. I'm a weirdo. Okay, we're gonna let this set, the glue set for a bit. We want to get this mushroom painted up. I've got 3 on here, and there's 3 more on my desk. Can of Cheese printed these for me. Thanks, Can of Cheese. A viewer and supporter here on the channel for a long time. Has a 3D printer. You might recognize some of his other work too. The Nergigante head that was on my wall and the Basil Goose head that was on my wall in the other office. Can of Cheese made those as well and printed them and sent them to me. Really nice. I didn't ask for them. Can of Cheese just sent me a package and mailed it to me because he wanted to send me one, which is super awesome. I really like them a lot. These mushrooms are perfect for the basis of these models we're going to use. And we're going to paint this little double mushroom right now. Get that drying, then we can glue it to the base there, and then we can continue on. Now, we have to pick what kind of mushroom we want here, chat. Feel free to decide that you can type in chat, but we want one of the Mushroom-mancer mushrooms. We've got blue mushrooms, mandragoras, devil's blights, or let's see, that's blue, yellow, red. And then there's excite shrooms are green, right? We've got 4 colors of mushrooms with slight variations between them. What mushroom should we paint these? And they're gonna be the same color, both of them are. It's like a bunch of the same color mushroom. Which one would you like to see on the base of this Barroth? Go ahead and type in the chat if you're interested. Choose not to drink zero sugar sodas because people keep saying zero sugar cola tastes the same as normal cola does, which is flat out incorrect. I 100% agree. Yeah. Regular sodas are better, in my opinion, as well. I like them better. No matter what mushroom we pick, we're using like a tan base or a stem. So we can paint that now while we're trying to figure out what the top of the mushroom is going to look like. What are the mushroom parts called, chat? The stem and it's not the umbrella. That's just what I call it. Devil's Light, Parashrooms, Sight Shrooms. Yeah, Dark Red. There's 3 Devil's Blights in chat. Or 2 of them. 3 of them. Those are Dark Red. We could do a Dark Red. Yeah, Parashrooms or Excite Shrooms are found on the map. That's true. Yeah, Excite Shrooms are pretty common in the Wildspire Waste. Let's see. I'm going to try to use colors we've already used before. This... Oh, you can't see my palette. Oh, Carson! Thanks, Carson, for the $10 super chat. So I was in chat for Carson, everybody. Thanks for supporting the channel. It's nice to see you, friend. Happy Tuesday. You're heading out. I got some yard work to do. No worries. Enjoy painting. Will do. Chat like the stream to pay Punchy. And if you're enjoying the content this man provides for us, mushrooms. Thanks, friend. Thanks for the message. Thanks for the encouragement. Thanks for the support. It means so much to me. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks, Carson. I hope yard work goes well for you. Thanks for swinging by, too. Okay. We're going to use this leather brown here, like that's on Barroth. But I'm going to mix it with a little bit of this white. Like we did over here. And because this looks like a good mushroom stem color. Peace, Carson. See you later. This is super separated and runny. I get worried about some of these when they get too separated. I'm going to dab the water off on a paper towel and then mix it in here. It might be too runny. That's maybe one reason I don't like wet palettes for saving paint, is because drying out the paint is a little harder to do than wetting it. But I think I got it dried off enough. So the question now is these little mounds that are on here, this little base part, I need to know what color to paint that to. I'm not quite sure what to do with that one. That's there because that's how you 3D print stuff. Not because mushrooms grow with that little base there. So we need to figure out some way to use that and make it believable, you know? The undersides of these would be this color too, kind of, as well. All right, we're gonna let this dry just real quick. Pill bottle holder. Iconic, because screw paying $50 for the Greens Workshop one. Yeah, I mean, there's no use for pill bottles after you use the pills. They just go into the recycle bin, you know? And so I just recycle them straight up, right? And you don't have to take off the packaging. I just did because I don't need viewers to see what I take for pills or what I took for pills, right? And so I just took it off. But I mean, the other ones that are on my shelf, I don't have the packaging taken off. So it doesn't matter. And then this, I've got sticky tack underneath these guys because they're so small. But this here is just 3M double-sided tape. And that's what I put my models on, right? So like my infantry models, these guys, that 3M tape is holding this on here so I can flip it upside down and everything and not worry about it. It's just, and this sticky tape I put on here a year ago and it's still sticky. It still works great. So you can use it multiple times. You put spare bits in them? Yeah, I do that. But I actually got when I worked at my last job, this is 4 years ago now, somebody brought in like 30 of those glass bottles from Starbucks that have like lattes in them, you know, that you can buy from the store. But they're like glass milk bottles. And people were drinking the lattes, as they should, because that's what they were there for. But then leaving the glass to get recycled. And I was like, I can recycle these now. And so I asked if I could take them, and they let me take them. That's what I put all my spare bits in now, is big glass bottles. Because some of those bits for some models from Games Workshop, they're huge. I've got the Tyranids army and the, oh, what is that model called? The big snake-like guy. The Trigon. The Trigon for the Tyranids has massive claws that are bits, and they don't fit into those small prescription pill bottle tubes. But they fit in the glass bottles really well. So I like that option. Easy peasy, got the stems done. And we didn't use more paint, see? That's what I love about the wet palette, though, is that we get to preserve how long and how much paint we use. There's too much paint on here than what I've used for this model. You can tell because there's pools of paint here still. So I just keep using the same paints I've already put down here from yesterday on the models I'm using, because then the palette's going to match the whole model too, right? We're not going crazy on adding all these extra paint colors everywhere. Hey, Stardex, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, we're going to go with the dark red. And funnily enough, we've got a dark red. We used it yesterday. It's actually called Scarlet Red. It's even better. We'll go for the Devil's Blight here. The Scarlet Red color is perfect for Devil's Blights because Devil's Blights are kind of like a dark black. They've got black in the red. You know, they're not a bright red. They're a midnight red. You know, I don't know how a better way to say that. So we'll throw that on here. And then we can add some little like black spots on it. I think it's black spots that Devil's Blights have. It's either black or white. I can't remember. I think white is like fantasy mushrooms. And I think Devil's Blights have black spots on them. But we'll look up a reference photo to make sure. And we'll add that to the top of this. I missed the spot on the edges here. And I can tell because the primer we put on there is white. It sticks out. Kind of hard to see on this little camera, but they aren't there. I think we're going to do another layer of red on top of this after this dries, just to get it more rich. I want it to be really rich here. Stand out. Refuse to do orcs and nids. I don't want to sign myself up for that much painting. Someone commissions it, sure, but not for myself. Yeah, I may have made a mistake in that regard, but I think that the Tyranid warriors are the coolest models in all of 40K. And then they did the big Tyranid line update last year or whatever, 2 years ago, with the Norn emissary and stuff like that. Chef's kiss. They're the coolest models in the whole game for me. I love them. And so, yeah, it's a lot of painting, but it's worth it because I think the models are incredible. I need to figure out what to do with this mound. I think I'm just going to go brown on it, because then we can cover it with terrain stuff later if we want to, and if not, it just looks like a big mud puddle. I think I'm just going to paint brown on that and not think about it too much. Not enough brown paint there. All right, we'll use this brown instead. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. Oh, and that paint's a little runny, so we're going to see the primer through it, but we'll just paint layers on it and not worry about it. There we go. Now we're getting some coverage. We got a fun little texture on this mound because that primer is speckly, and the acrylic paint is like transparent a little bit, so you can see the speckled texture underneath it. It kind of looks cool. We'll probably never see it again after this stage, but it is there. It's not something necessarily that we want to preserve, but it's fun to see that it can happen. Oop, and I missed a spot on the red too, but that's fine. They're black with red on top. The Devil's Blights, okay. Tyranid is the only reason I do 40K. Best models in the whole game. I totally agree. I think they're awesome. I will say though, I've been seeing on TikTok. It's been a little bit since I watched it, but there for a while, I was watching some 40K lore on TikTok. Like I'd just get random videos pop up that would tell about different factions in 40K. And I learned a lot about the different marine chapters, the ultramarine chapters and stuff like that. And I would love to have some ultramarines just for the story. You know, I think the story behind them is awesome. But I do think the coolest looking models are the Tyranids for sure. They're my number one. Those are looking mighty fine. All right, we're gonna paint a layer over the top of this once that dries quick. Once bought some pre-made ice cream dessert. that came in glass. And we still have the glass. Oh, nice. Ice cream into glass. That's interesting. I've not heard of that before. I think I'm going to leave that black under there. I think I'm not going to worry about it. Glass ice cream. That's really interesting. Uranus has some of the coolest models, that's for sure. Love painting Daemons. Okay. Stick to more Grimdarks now. Love the nitty gritty. Okay. Nice. Great Knights and Black Templars are your favorite. Salamanders are pretty cool. I like them. Even just the Ultramarines, though, are sweet. Space Wolves are also awesome. I just saw that they got a update to their model range, but I liked the Space Wolves prior as well. They're going to be even better now than they were before in looks. The Egyptian themed ones are probably my least favorite ones. I don't like them. I'm not a big fan of that style. Okay, now we're gonna do a couple tricks on these mushrooms. There we go. We got the base goats on. And there's no reason to... Hey, man, nice shrooms. Yeah, where'd they come from, Kid of Cheese? They look good, man. They look good. I like them. This camera's making them look brighter than they actually are for you on stream, just so you know. They're darker for me IRL. They look good. But we're still going to do some tricks on here because we don't just have to use one solid color, remember? We could do highlights and stuff to make things stand out. I'm going to grab another red out of my box here, and we're going to add some highlights to it. Bloody red? Maybe glass mug is the right word. Oh, okay. I gotcha. It was a glass. I was thinking of like a glass box. That's what I had mixed up there. My bad. Salamanders are so wholesome. Thousand Suns look like cheeks. Horrible modeling. Yeah, I mean, that aesthetic's for people, for a certain group of people. Not a bad group of people. It's just, it's made for a certain group of people in mind. That's fine. I'm just not one of those people. I've never really been an Egyptian style enjoyer. I don't really like it that much. It's fine that it exists. I'm not mad about it or nothing like that. I'm just not built that way. I like a different look, you know. What languages can you guys speak? I can only speak English and sarcasm, and that's it. I don't know any other languages. Now, I will tell you, though, for a long time, and I'm still on this boat, I would really, really like to speak sign language. I every time I see sign language stuff pop up online, or I've interacted with a few people who are deaf and speak in sign language, and I wish that I could interact back. Like, I always feel that every time it happens. I just have not taken steps to learn it, but I would like to. That's something that I have a big heart for. English and leet speak, nice. That's funny. All right, so we've got these dark red mushrooms that are devil's blights, but we're gonna pick the spot where we want highlights at, just to show some light bouncing off these things. And I think the edge, not all the way around, just on one side, because that's not how light works, right? Lights, unless it's straight up on top, which the light for here is not going to be straight on top. It's going to be off to a side. So we're going to have the light poking through there, just a little bit, and then a little bit here on the edge. It's hard for me to see. Give me a second here. Great. Now, I'm scared to do more than this, but I'm going to. Just a little bit. We're going to be risky tails here. If the light is shining here and from up down, we just want to get a little bit of this red going up the side. Just like that. My brush is already drying out. A little more paint here. That's better. The runnier this paint is right now, the better it's going to be versus chunky. Because we want to see the color underneath. We don't want it to cover up the red from before. And then the tips would have this bright red as well. There we go. Tasty. Tasty! Looks good. You ready to start Child Theory? I have not. Nope. I don't know hardly. I know very little lore. And I can tell you that I barely remember it too because it's just TikTok videos. It's not something I've really looked into. Took a class in sign language just 1 year and it was like 14 years ago. So not a lot stuck. Okay. Yeah, someday that's something I'll learn. I would love to learn that, but I gotta find time to do it all. All right, I'm looking up Devil's Blights online quick. Whoopsie. Devil's Blight. To make sure I get the colors right. Images. That's you can't even see that one. The Monster Hunter World. There we go. No pictures. This is the best one we got. Yeah. It's bright on top, and then really dark on the bottom. There's like black veins going through it. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna mess with that too much. What would I do for this? I think I'm just gonna keep these how they are. I'm happy with where they're at right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep them. I don't need to go crazy here. We're gonna keep them how they are. All right, there's that. Do we need paint right now? We will in a little bit. All right, we'll keep this here. Let's glue down some mushrooms. Okay. So, we gotta let that dry for a second. We'll be good there. We can get our color for the sand out. So sand highlights are gonna be that, but we do want like a tan on top. Barbarian flesh. Is that the one I used? No, this one. Bronze flesh tone. Pretty close, but we're gonna use this and then add this to it and then top it off with this for highlights. We gotta let those mushrooms dry just a little bit here. Star Child Theory is deep lore. It basically talks about how he split his soul into two to stay on the Golden Throne to let the Empyrean use the warp. Touch the Forgotten Fifth God of Chaos. Okay, yeah, that's like way further than what I know. I don't know any of that stuff. Yeah. Someday I'll get into the lore of 40K a little bit deeper, but I'm not there yet. Okay. We want to dry brush the sand first, then we'll paint the rocks the color that we want, because we're going to get dry brush markings all over the sand. I'm going to have to dry brush the rocks again, but that's fine. We want to dry brush them the color that we want. Mentioned the 90s. Dang, dude, that's when I was a kid. Okay. Some of this here. We've already got some of this on my palette. I'm going to wait on that. And then we're going to do dry brush. Ooh, man. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. Just a mild bit of water. Throw on some of this stuff here. And then we take our paper towel. We're just going to brush this all off. 40K is my Giga Nerd thing outside of Monster Hunter. Nice. Good crossover then. Yeah, 40K is cool. I think it's something I would love to get more into, but I don't have people to play with. And I went to my local shop to play, and people weren't interested in helping a guy who doesn't know how to play learn. And so I kind of ran out of steam with that fast. I've got an army. I love painting, as you can tell, but I don't want to play solo. That's kind of not possible. We're just brightening up this sand a little bit, and dry brushing works so good for this part of the technique, or for this part of the job, because we just want to get the top of the sand painted a color. We're not looking to soak into everything. I don't mind the color underneath it being a different shade. I also think I'm out of paint already. Yeah, I am. Getting here. I didn't put that much on to begin with. I didn't think it would take that much. It's okay. Okay. There's that. Check it on the old hand here. Looking good. Back onto Barroth. Now, like I've been saying, like today and yesterday, but multiple times yesterday, it don't need to be perfect here. It's sand. We just want to get things changed enough where we see a difference. That's all. It don't have to be perfect. It's nature. Nature ain't perfect. Neither am I. We just tinted the color of the sand just a little bit, and we're gonna go one step lighter with it, and then we'll be all set. You live close, I'd teach you. Yeah, I'd love that. I've got a buddy who just moved from Georgia back to Minnesota. He's from Minnesota here since I've known him, but it's been 15 years. He just moved back, and he bought some 40K pieces, so we might start playing, but he's got to get fully moved in and all that stuff first before we even talk about that. But maybe down the road I'll actually get to play a game or two. And he was one of the buddies I used to play with when I was a kid, when we played the Lord of the Rings game. So we have some history playing games like 40K. He's a good guy. He and his family are some of my favorite people on the planet. I've known them since I was very young. Water effects on the mud? Nah. I'm not pouring acrylic either. I'll show you what I've got. Let me get this dry brush in and I'll show you what I've got that we're using for mud. Acrylics is something I've not done before, in terms of, or I was thinking of, that pouring, that UV stuff. I've not done that before. It's a little messy. I don't have a space for it right now. Maybe in the future when I have a better space, that could be something I get into. But right now I don't have an area for it. I've got some diorama mud. I didn't really do a whole lot to my sand, but it looks good, so I'm fine with it. It did just enough for it to look great. It looks like sand. That's what I want. This is stuff. Here we go. That's the stuff I'm using for mud, Tinkles. Didn't know you streamed on Twitch? I started fairly recently, Abba. Started fairly recently. Like a month ago. About a month ago. I multi-stream. I'm on Twitch and on YouTube now. Same time. All right, Breeze, take it easy. Catch you later. See you soon. Yeah, left hand gang, you know it. We're the most creative people, the left-handers. Okay, we got to paint the rock still. We're gonna do that next, but I'm gonna glue down this this mushroom first. And then we'll be all set. Then we gotta dry brush the ground here. So let's get this mushroom in here. So this mushroom has sticky tack on the bottom of it. So I gotta get that scraped off here. There we go. Perfect. Use that for another mushroom in the future. And then this one we're gonna super glue down because of plastic. Does it dry and look wet? I've never used it, so we're gonna find out. But the reviews I've seen online where people use it and show what it does, it looks good. Yep. So we'll see how it works. I'm mildly scared of it because I've never used it, but you always gotta try something first, you know. All right, we want this. It's exactly where I want it. I just need to press it down here. I don't have much space. There we go. And now we hold. And now we wait to not move, hopefully. Woo, man. Okay. We cannot touch them mushrooms for a little bit here while they set. And then we gotta paint this log still. Oh, I touched it. It didn't set correctly, so. Can I just run out gloss varnish over it and call it a day? Okay, okay. That's a good tip. I like it. Yeah, we're gonna use it. I think it'll be fine. I'm not too concerned with it. Looking good. This is only gonna get better too once we put the mud around here. So I do want to put a little paint over the edges of these. Just a little gray paint. Grayish brown. Because I don't want it to be so bright. And then we should be good there. Let's see what we got here. This plus this. Oh, and I'm painting this grayish brown because when you look at this, your eye is drawn to these stumps. And I don't want people to look at the stumps. I want them to look at the Barroth. And so if I can remove some of the bright colors on here that are popping out, then people will look at the model more than the stick. Stick's just a stick. We don't need the stick to look anything more than a stick, you know? Yeah, it's hard to get a paint picture too. I should have painted that before. In all honesty, it's fine. We'll make do. Okay, here we go. That's better. And then we'll get the back side here. Perfect. Love it when a plan comes together. Got one little spot up on the top here I need to do. There we go. Looking good. Put so much focus into my bases, you'd think it's almost should make some dioramas instead of painted minis. I mean, that's the beauty of bases, though, is I like doing bases as well, but I don't want to do dioramas. I just like the mini scene that I can make with the small area I have to just make the model look even better. It's not about how much I love doing terrain. Like, I like doing the model more, but you just make a model look so much better when you actually take time to do something with the terrain. So I think that's great. My Gulliman mini is going to be a pain with all the gold trim. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Put on a good podcast or music and get lost in the sound, you know. Slackosaurus Rex, how we doing? Good to see you. Things are going well. I'm enjoying myself a lot. How's your day going? Good to see you. Okay, we need to paint a rock. And by a rock, I mean some cork. These three guys right here, I want them to be a different color than the sand. Not crazy different, but enough different. And then there's our log and mushroom for those wondering. We'll get a fuller picture of that later, but there's glue on those. I don't want to touch them. We want them to set so that they stay there forever. So we're not even going to go near them. We're going to go over here and paint these rocks. We'll do that, then we'll dry brush the dry ground over here a different color. to bring it closer to the sand here. And then we can work on the mud stuff. We got to check on our good boy Anjanath here too. So I said I was going to get Anjanath 5 minutes after I primed him, but it's been like half an hour. Let me run up to the garage again and go grab Anjanath. I'm going to take you on a journey with me, but I won't have a microphone for that, okay? So you won't hear me, but you'll hear the music. I'm going to turn the music to something more upbeat too. This music's going to put me to sleep. Right here. There we go. I will be right back. You're coming with me, though? You just won't hear me? My camera might lose a little bit of Wi-Fi connection. We'll see what happens, but I'll be right back. Let's go do this. Oh, hey, I'm back. That Anjanath Prime came out really good. It's not too thick at all. We gotta let it dry completely first, and then we'll put the white primer on top of it. But I've got it in the bathroom now because the temperature's a little better in the bathroom than out in the garage. And then I can spray paint white over the top when it all dries out. This is so cool. Hey, Wild, how we doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to do just normal Anjanath. Yeah, normal one. Fulgur, I don't really like the color design on Fulgur that much. I like the Hunt better, but I don't like the color design that much. I like the regular Anjanath better. Okay. We got to paint a rock. We're going to do a rock mostly in this bronze flesh tone that we used before for the sand. We don't want a completely different colored rock. I want it the same. Or similar to the sand. Doing well. Got all the fishing quests done yesterday. Nice work. Turned into a few-hour adventure to get the whoppers. Yeah. They're fun once you land them, though, right? I enjoy that. I like that fishing quest line and the achievement, too. The, what are they called? Those spear tunas? Those are really tough for me to get. But I ended up pulling in a bunch of the like trevally tunas or whatever they're called. I can't remember the full name of them, but the big chunky tuna guys, not the spear tunas, but the big round ones. Those things are sweet. I like doing that. Okay, we're not dry brushing this rock yet. We're gonna color it the color we want the rock first. We'll dry brush afterwards. Dry brushing is for getting highlights, not for the full color. Now, there are some people who use dry brushing to get full color. It's a long process to do that, but it is possible. It makes for some unique textures. But I'm looking for this rock to be a different color than the quartz. So we're just gonna paint it. And one way to do this well as well is to water your paint down quite a bit for this step, because it's going to run, and we want it to run into all the crevices. So we can add a little more water to our paintbrush than normal, and it's just going to get into all of these spaces, you know. It's going to get to where we want it to go. That's a better way to put it. If it's really thick, then it won't leak into the, you know, the pores of the rock, of the cork, I should say. Even though it's acting as a rock, it's made of cork. There we go. I actually need more water. Dude, I don't even know. Those jumps are obnoxious. Yeah. That was the thing I had the hardest time with the tunas, was the jumping. Obviously, following them around the map or whatever, the lake, and then reeling them in is not that big a deal. But timing the jump for your left click or whatever at the right time, not obvious. That took some time to learn, but not everything has to be easy peasy, you know. The learning process is part of the game too. So. Okay, so you can see that this rock is a pretty different yellow than the sand, but that's just the deepest color. We're gonna add dry brushing on top of it to lighten it up. So I think it'll be okay. I'm a little nervous about it, but I did want it a different color. It's just a little bit too rich right now. We're gonna add some more pale colors to it here pretty soon. So don't worry, chat. I like to say a lot with painting that the first 80% of the paint job you do looks like garbage. And then the last 20% of the paint job is what makes it look nice. We're on the first 80% of these rocks. So it's going to look like trash. It's going to not look right. But once we get all the detailing in, it'll come out fine. Just got to push through the 80%. And in my opinion, that's the 80%, the first 80% is the part of the modeling and painting that I dislike. And that's a big reason why I have a hard time working up the motivation to paint, is because that first 80% bothers me so much. It's hard for me to push through it. But when I do, I feel really good about it. And live streaming this process makes doing the 80% a lot easier. Okay, I dabbed a little paint on the sand there, but it's actually fine. It adds a good little spot. I kind of actually want to do like speckles of this. Not all of it, just speckles. Just to tint the ground a little bit. I would really like that a lot. That's literally a happy little accident that just happened, and it's made life better for the sand. The sand having some color variation in it is helping out this model a lot. Okay. That. Now let's tail that rock. Make a great art teacher. Thank you. I actually went to school to be a teacher, ultimately, for my degree. I really like to teach. And when I was doing substitute teaching, when I moved to Minnesota, back to Minnesota, I only ever got to teach one art class, and it was my favorite class that I substituted for. It was so fun. I really, really like art. I love to teach. And I would do more teaching on YouTube if YouTube commenters weren't so, like, vicious. That's the only reason I don't do more guides and stuff. Is 'cause I like making them. They're fun. But I don't like how intricate I have to be, because I'm not looking to get the exact numbers on things. I'm looking to get the idea, you know, and YouTube commenters are not. The average mean-spirited YouTube commenter is not kind in that regard. So I don't make guides. Angle of the head seems to be key for me. Oh, that just gets played in Shrouded last night with my buddies, and it's actually a lot of fun. Oh, nice. Okay. And Shrouded is a game I was looking at for a while. Never picked it up, but it looks awesome. Are you enjoying it? If I remember right, that's the survival game, right? Pretty sure that's the survival game. I think I've got the right name there. Little bone white on the palette. And then we're going to add a little more of this bronze flesh tone. We're going to mix them together. Here's a fun tip, chat, since we're talking about teaching. This is just, to me, feels like common sense, but not everyone sees it that way. And so I want to make sure I want to hit every audience for how you see this. Okay, but like color theory can get really difficult in general. What colors go well together, all that stuff. It's a lot of work. But, whoops, I hit the mic. But one color theory thing we can get correct is this rock is too yellow on purpose. That's our shades, right? It's our dark color. We're gonna lighten it up. What color do I want to lighten it up to? I want it to lighten up to a pale color. But I can't just put pale on top of that because it's just going to turn white then, and then the rock's white instead of yellow. So we mix the yellow that I used already with the white to make that yellow more pale. We're going to color that over the top. Then the deep yellow is going to stay in the shadows. The mixed color will be the main color, and then this pale color will be the highlight on top. Don't even have to use more colors. We just mix all these together and then just add more of the lighter color, the brighter color, to make it a higher highlight, and add more of the shade color to make it a dark tone. You just mix them in different quantities instead of pulling out another paint jar and trying to find the mix in between. We just mix the two paints together. You're gonna get the color shade you want over layers. So I'm gonna take this here, this white. Yeah. And I'm just offloading my brush right now, trying to get the paint off. And then we'll wash the brush with a purple auric. I don't think so. Have you? And then we grab our yellow color and we just mix them. Yeah? So now we have a color right in between what our deep yellow and our pale color is. And if we want it to be more bright or less bright, we just add more of the other color to it, right? But I think I nailed it here for what I want. So now we load our brush up with the color, and then we grab our paper towels. We're gonna dry this off for dry brushing. I think we got it there. It's dangerous to put paint on my fingers because I'm going to touch the funnel. I need to wash my hands after this. Put it on the wrong finger. Okay. And now we dry brush over the top. Oh man, I think this paint is just... I think I took too much off of it. Yeah, I took too much off of it. Golly gee willikers, what have I done? I dry brushed too much of it off. We gotta load our brush up again. There's not a whole lot on here to begin with. That'll work. This might be a little bit crusty. Let's see how it goes here. Paint ain't doing much. I don't think I mixed enough of it. Bummer! Hold up. Technical difficulties. I didn't make enough of the starting paint. There's not enough on my brush to actually dry brush it. Classic Tails moment. Oh, that's too much. Fine. Fine. Don't you worry. Yeah, it's too yellow now. I'm rushing myself. I'm making mistakes, but that's fine. We could fix it. It's just paint. Monitor arms. The only reason I need more space now is because I have all this modeling stuff everywhere. Normally this desk has plenty of space, but I've got paint and modeling tools and models themselves, and then extra cameras because of what I'm doing with this, that I'm not set up well for this. But for everything else I do, this setup's great. It works out no problem. So I would love to have monitor arms someday, I think. Whenever I do like more painting stuff on my own desk and all that, but currently I haven't needed that. So. Not yet. There we go. Now we're ready. And the dry brush is just going on all the highlights here because we want that deeper yellow to be in the cracks of the rock. Not just regular cracks in general, like rock cracks. It's a joke, man. There it is. That's looking much better. Front of this guy here, and this here. That's looking good. It looks like cork. Just kidding. It don't look like. Gonna leave for a bit? No worries, proceed. We'll see you soon. I think I can brush over the fact I left, so I'm back. Welcome back, Dylan. It was a bit of a stretch, but it worked out. All right. Now we're going to get our fully pale color on here. Just for the edges, not for the whole thing. Because we want this rock to be somewhat yellow. But we want to add some bits of interest for our eyes, for where there's variation in the color of the rock. Because every rock is not the same color all the way through, you know. Okay, got that. Grab our brush, load it up with the pale color. Now, the other thing too, Chad, is if you're doing things like this and you're like, man, I don't know what's going to work or what's not, you can paint over paint. So if you do something and don't like it, it's all good. Just paint over it. Start again. No big deal. You don't have to get a whole new rock. There's always takesies backsies when it comes to paint. Will it cost you some time? Yeah. But when you're hobbying, you got all the time in the world. Just getting the edges here. The palest stuff. When you take things too seriously, you start to worry about the time. When we're out here just to have fun. If I was painting this for somebody, then there would be more time constraints. Because I've sold my time to that person, you know? I want to get the most out of my time. Or the most of theirs anyways, right? But when it's your own thing, you don't need to rush yourself. It's your own thing. You bought it so that you can enjoy it, not so that you can rush it. At least in my opinion. Yeah, we got those edges white. I don't know if you can see that. We'll put it in the big light here in a little bit. That rock's looking pretty good now. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Bob Ross eye. Just inspirational, you know. Just trying to calm people down, you know. People, I think we're in a phase of life in our culture in general where you have to be the best at something or it's not worth it. And I think that's something we shouldn't live by. But some people do. They feel like they have to be the best. And if I can encourage people not to feel that way, I'm gonna. Because most people aren't gonna be the best at things. So that's not how it works. You'll be happy with where you're at and the process along the way. All right, let's put this in the big light so you guys can see what the dry brushing process did there. Gotta make some space here. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Okay. Woo-hoo. So here's the back side with the mushroom and the log. We're gonna add mud around it. It's not done yet, but it's on there, yeah. And then we spin this guy around. There's the rock and the sand that we did. And you can see, let's get the lighting correctly here. We have to go top down maybe. Yeah, it's a little bit easier. Maybe not. There it is. Now you can see it. The edges of this rock, whoop, right here. The edges of the rock have like a white rim around it, kind of, on purpose. Like that's where it's going to worn out the most. It's more pale there. So, last thing to do before we put mud on this thing is to shade the cracked area, the cracked sand area, closer to the sand color. And then we'll, we got to put the dried brush on here too. And then we'll put mud on and be pretty much done. Okay. Before we do that, I need to go check the primer again real quick. I'll take you with me though. Unless you're me and where you're the best at everything. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Okay, let me go see how long it takes that primer to dry. Because I want to put another layer of primer on top of that Anjanath if I can. Be right back. Okay, looks like that black primer is going to be done. It's at about 20 to 40 minutes for the primer to dry, which has definitely been that for Anjanath. And we got to put another layer on top of it. So I've got this white primer here. I'm going to shake it here instead of in my garage because then I can hang out while I'm doing this. And then I'll bring Anjanath back up to the garage and put some primer on there. It's turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. Can you see how long it'll take? Come on, Dylan. You could do better than that. You could do better than that. Hey, Goose, what's up? How we doing? Okay, there's that. All right. I am going to shake this for a couple minutes. We'll hang out while we're doing this. But then I'm going to go prime Anjanath, and I got to use the rest of them too. So I'll just put you on with Punchy while I do both those things instead of dragging this camera everywhere, because that's a smart thing to do. Just wanted to shake it up, you know? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Man, we got the base of this guy pretty much done way faster than I thought we would, which is good. That means we get more time to paint Anjanath. That's always a good thing. I can just set this down. I don't have to pull out this. I'm gonna shake it over here. Shake it up, baby. Showing them dogs for free? You know me. I'm all about value, you know? Make things easier for everybody. How you doing, Goose? How's your day going? Excuse me. I got something to tell you guys about too, but I'm going to tell you after I prime. My wife and I were doing some thinking last night about what to do with these models. For free? I know. I'm a nice guy. All right, I'm going to go use... Yeah, that's what the membership's for, exactly. You beat me to it, Clemens. That's perfect. I'm going to go prime that Anjanath and go use the rest of them quick. I'll put Punchy on screen here to dance while I'm gone. I'll be right back, okay? And then I'll tell you about some plans and we'll keep working on this Barroth. Be right back. All right, we're back. Thanks, y'all, for your patience. Appreciate that a lot. Anjanath's got his little second coat of primer on. Looking really good. Once we finish the base of this guy, then we'll be able to go get Angie, and we'll start painting him next. Be pretty good. Doing pretty good. Had an eventful day. Eventful day? What happened? I'll tell you later. Yeah, I'm going to tell you now. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you about it. Okay. Let's get back into Barroth here. So Barroth, we want to paint this cracked earth a similar color to what we did here. We also want to get it a similar color, whoopsie, to what we have on the hunters. Yeah. So it looks like they're in the same terrain. Now, it's been a long time since I painted this base. I don't remember exactly what all the colors are, but I think I have a good idea of what they are. Pretty sure it's exactly what we use on the sand here, which is great because that's how I remember it. So we'll use that and do that. Now, the thing I was going to tell you about. Oh my gosh, Dylan. Dylan with the 7-month renewal of a legendary hunter. Thank you so much. W chat for Dylan, y'all. Thanks for supporting the channel. That's very kind of you. Happy 7 months. Yeah, what a journey indeed. It's a long time. That's a really long time. Holy cats, time flies. Thank you very much, friend. I'm very grateful. I truly, truly am. Thanks for supporting the channel. It means the world to me. Thank you, thank you. What a journey. Woo, we've come a long ways. We've done a lot of different things, mostly over 7 months. Lots of different things going on around here. This paint does not feel right. We'll give it a try here. I don't know how this is going to go, though. Okay, let's start on the back here. We just want to touch up the top here. We have to be really careful with this because that crackle paint will flake off if we're too aggressive with the dry brush. This doesn't feel right. We gotta mix more paint. I think I'm just running out of space in my parchment paper here, so I'm gonna have to start that over. So we're just gonna take this guy and get rid of it. Don't have enough space to continue working on this. Parchment paper going away. Goodbye. More parchment paper. It's too long, so we're gonna cut this. We gotta mix up that pink color again though, because it's not dry brushing right. That's awesome, Goose. I'm glad to hear that. Big breakthrough. That's awesome. Love to hear that. Thank goodness for people who like to help other people out, huh? That's fantastic. Congrats, friend. Thought somebody had access to your credit card when that came up. That's funny. It was you, Dylan. You had access to your credit card. It was me all along. Okay. Oh, and now we're too long on this side too. Whoopsie. I cut this piece too big. Really nice. Good. That's how it should be. I remember my days doing that too, and I was very grateful for the counselor that I met with. That was a rough time in my life, but I'm glad I went to go get help, and the person I met with was the perfect person for me to meet with. And if my wife and I made more money per year, we would go. We both would. We think that that's such a valuable service to get involved with. And I mean, obviously we recommend it to everybody, but we would love to do more with it. We just don't have the finances to go regularly. But we go occasionally. We found there's a place around here too that does like free visits for people every now and then. It's nothing like having, you know, the regular check. But I think every little bit matters. And like honestly, I think a big reason why it helps so much is because people need people to talk to, you know? And sometimes the people who go get counseling help, like, they just need somebody who will listen to them. They might not have anything wrong with them, you know? They're just alone. And I think that's important, that even if it exists just for that, and I'm not saying anyone here is doing that. I think that was part of what I was needing. It was like, in the end, there was things that we dug up that I needed to needed to work out and all that stuff. So it had more value than what I intended for it, you know? But man, it makes a difference. So I highly encourage that for people. I think it's a good route. Okay. Black belt's back. Ace, good at Aiden. How we doing? Good to see you. Welcome to stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. Had a big old ugly cry and went home feeling like a new person, you know? That's good. Been there. Been there. Afternoon. It is afternoon for, actually, it's 11:30 a.m. for me, so it's not quite afternoon, but it's pretty close. That's why we say good day around here instead of good afternoon, good morning, or good night, because we got people from all over the place, you know? Makes it easy to greet people. That was a suggestion from our good friend Paul. I haven't seen Paul in a long time. I miss him. Hope he's doing well. But Paul was the one who brought good day to this channel, and I'm glad he did. Very tired? Understandable. I'm tired too. I didn't sleep very well, but that's okay. We're making do. Got to keep pushing, you know? There's still a day to live, even if you're tired. Doesn't have to look like every other day, but there's still a day to live. All right, gotta try this out. What's the sleep you speak of? It's a condition from ancient times. Hidden from sight from the modern world. Have to do a Truman? Like the Truman Show? What's a Truman? I don't know what that is. All right, we're going to take pretty much all of this and mix it. We're going to leave a little bit out just in case I mess it up, but I need a lot of paint here. All right, mix, mix, mix. Now, we don't need this color to be exactly the same as the sand area because there is variation in the world, right? But we want to get it kind of close. And I'm dry brushing the whole crackle area here. Very gently, so I don't flake off the crack parts, because that's part of the texture paint issue, is that there's just, it's pretty flimsy. You gotta be careful with it. But, and even if we do lose a chunk, we've got tricks that we can do in the terrain process to fix it. It won't look the same, but it'll look good. It's no big deal. Hey, Chaotic, how we doing? Welcome to stream. Good to see you. Okay. This is feeling a little better. Not, oh, I hit the foot of Barroth here. Bummer. That's fine. We'll just put mud over the top. You want to get rid of the seam too. There's a seam where the glue is at. And we'll just dab the yellow over the top of that. There we go. Now we're getting the color. Good. Oh, sorry for my hand, chat. Okay, this is where you gotta be really careful. These flaky bits come off. Don't know what you're saying? Are you talking to me? Did I miss the mic? I apologize. Sorry. Truman Show, yeah, where he says good morning. Yeah. And if I don't see you, good afternoon and good night. Yeah. That's what good day is from, is the idea from that. But yeah, that was part of the Truman Show. Was that Truman Show? Was that Truman Show, or was that Bruce Almighty that he did that? Can't remember. Which show was that one? It was Jim Carrey, though, for sure. Definitely a Jim Carrey thing. What's the invite link for Discord? Just type in !Discord in chat, and the bot will post it for you. There'll be a link in chat for you. Also, hey, Aggie, how we doing? Great to have you here. Okay. We got to get back here a little bit. I'm less worried about the stuff back there because it'll be in shadow forever back there because the model is above it. So I don't really care about how much highlighting it gets underneath the Barroth. The edge of this model we definitely want to highlight though, because people are going to see that. Right? We want to get the parts that people. Oh, it's already flaking. I'm losing chunks. I got to be careful here. And it doesn't all have to look the same either, because remember, nature is perfect. All right, let me look at it over here quick. Pretty good. It's pretty good. We're gonna add one more layer of color on top with the pale. And I do want to get the seam just a little bit, but I'm probably gonna put just a glob of mud right here anyways, but we will put some color here just in case I miss it. That mud stuff that can of cheese got me is going to make a massive difference with this model. It's going to cover up all the little spots that don't look that great. Don't you worry. But we don't want to rely on the mud completely because we don't want the whole base to be mud, you know? And so we're just doing, we're putting the foundations down so that we can put the mud on top of it if we need to fix the spots. So he opens the door in the sky, leaves the set. Oh, okay. Bruce reminds me, says that's where the cookie crumbles. Okay, I had it mixed up. Nice, okay. Currently waiting on the recent one of my minifigs that I ordered months ago. Pack of several Sunbreak ones. Has primordial Malzeno included. Nice, that's cool. Who'd you get those through? Is it from like a 3D printing thing or? That's awesome. Hey Justin, how we doing? Good to see ya. Welcome to stream. Then Better had failed blood draw for labs this morning. Oh no. Ugh. That's no good. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah, headache's no good. What's one monster you want to come to Wilds? Banbarrow. I want Banbarrow to come to Wilds. Banbarrow's great. I love Banbarrow. Okay, we're going to take this pale color through with just a little bit of this yellow. So it's going to be mostly pale here. But I want it to be yellow more than just straight pale. Oh, I don't have enough. That's how you ruin a paint palette too, chat. Mix your paints way too far away. I think we just got enough here. Yeah. Because I don't want it to look just like the sand area, but I want it to be similar. So we want it to be pale, but not fully pale. And then we'll try and brush this off. Pretty close in color, though. But if my color blindness can see the difference, then it must be further in color than I think. Which is great. All right, we'll just dab over the top here. I'm mostly looking just to dab over the top of the cracked areas, because that's the part that's catching the light. I don't need to get the whole sandy area here. It's hard to see under here. And we're just gently putting the fibers of the brush, not the metal part of the brush, on top of all these cracked things, because the metal part's not going to paint anyways. All it's going to do is scrape. So we just want the fibers of the brush to catch the edges of these cracked pieces on here without them coming off the model, you know. There we go. Ooh, and there, good. Okay. Sneaking in there, sneaking over here, losing some flakes, getting too aggressive with it. Looks great. Satisfied. Happy. Very happy. Chill vibes, that's right. After you're done painting Barroth, can I join you for a hunt with Monster Hunter World? No, I won't be playing Monster Hunter World or Iceborne for a while. Someday, maybe, but I'm in Wilds right now. I've done my Monster Hunter World stuff. Probably won't be back in World for a while. I don't know how much Monster Hunter I'm playing today because we're painting. I've got another piece I'm working on after this. Yeah. Nothing personal, though. Okay. I do see some spots on the edge here I want to fix. I'm going to take a little bit of paint here just to... Actually, let's get a different brush, though, so it can be more... Because I could see the edge of the line here, and I don't want to see it. I want it to blend. Will it blend? That is the question. Would you say that you're giddy? I think that's up to your interpretation. Would you say that I'm giddy? By nature, not by name? Okay. Let's go take a look here. I just want to fix the edge. And hopefully not ruin it. But instead of doing painting brush strokes, I'm using a technique called stippling, where we're dabbing our brush down to make dots instead of lines. Because I want it to look like sand here still, even though there's no sand there. We're going to have to stipple on top of this another color because I can still see the line of stippling I'm doing. But that's okay. It's doing a better work than a line is. I feel like my mic is too far away. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. That's helped reduce the look of the line a little bit. You can still see where the line's at, though, right along here. Right along here. It's still there. So we're just going to stipple a little bit of the brighter color on top of it, the paler color on top of it. And then we'll do this here. Two more months to go till release for the bases or for the models. That's awesome. It'll go by fast. 2 months is nothing. That's already done wonders. Awesome. Awesome. I would say so, but I'm not the one with Giddy in my name. I feel like if you're not, that's false advertising. I mean, there's a reason why I put it in my name. I felt like it fit me pretty well in general. I will say that I don't feel like I'm giddy all the time in everything I do. I think there are parts of me that are more giddy in some situations and less giddy in others. But I've always been somebody who's been maybe too loud and likes to have fun. And to me, that's pretty giddy. In my opinion. Okay. Things are coming together like butt cheeks, chat. This is looking awesome. This is looking so good. So let's put the big light on here to show you what I'm talking about. Okay. Model. We're going to go top-down look. Okay. Remember, end of last stream, we had 3 very stark zones that Barroth was walking through, right? Where you could see the line where the 3 zones were. Now we can really only see 2. Like, you can still see a little bit of that 3rd zone, but it's very faint. And we're going to cover it with mud anyways. So now we've got 2 zones, which is perfect. We're doing the blending job of the biomes very well. The last steps here is to add the brush that we painted at the start of stream and then put mud down. Make sure I got it right here. Yeah, that's it. Paint rocks, dry brush area. Yep. And that's it. So we're going to start playing with this mud and see how it looks. I'm going to put the mud on the base first before we put it on Barroth because I want to see what it looks like. And then we'll put some slabs or some splots of it on Barroth afterwards. So mud's going to finish this whole thing up. The only thing I'm concerned about a little bit is more stuff to put in this area to make it look lush. But I think the mud's going to make it happen. I think we're going to make most of this area mud. The brown base coating's there in case we miss a spot with the mud. And then we can add a couple little rocks sticking in the mud. And I think that's going to be great. We'll see what happens, though. And then we'll add just traces of mud for like where it's glopped off of Barroth on the sandy parts of the area. Cool beans. All right, let's get back into paint screen here. Does Barroth eat shrooms? Put a few in his mouth? He eats cactus, I think. If I had little cactus shrubs that I could put on the base, I would do that. That'd be awesome. Don't think I've seen Barroth from this angle? Well, now you can. That's funny. Okay. I've never used this stuff before. This was a gift from Can of Cheese. Can of Cheese, swell person. Much appreciated. I also know that this is an experiment for Can of Cheese because Can of Cheese has never used this either. Maybe Can of Cheese has used this since I've gotten it because it's been a while since Can of Cheese sent it to me. But if not, we're the test subject. We got to open it up, so I haven't even done it yet. Shares his diet with Diablos? Maybe. I don't know. I thought he ate cactus. Okay. There's that. Maybe. Come on, baby. Come on. It's caught. There we go. Had to bring out the big muscles for that one. All right, let's see what this looks like. That's what it looks like. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, I know Diablos eats cactus. I'm pretty sure that I thought Barroth did too, but I may be wrong. Guess I want to see my big fingers in the cameras. Hard to do this while I'm running the camera too. Ooh, that's glop. Ooh, it's everywhere. It's goopy. It's goopy. It looks good though. It looks like mud. That looks like mud on my fingers there. Maybe something worse. To put some on Barroth butt cheeks, you know. Ooh, yeah, it's thick too. I just went aggressive with a paper towel there, and it's not coming off completely. That is thick stuff. Nice. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I don't really want to get it all over my fingers, so then I'll get it all over Barroth. But... oh, yeah. That is some good-looking texture paint. Look at that. You want to lick that. It looks like pudding. Let's put that on the napkin here so I don't make a mess. There we go. It's on my thumb, too. I just use the water bucket here. Oh, it's very gritty. There's definitely, like, sand and stuff in here to give it texture. Very nice. I need more paper towels. I'm running out. Paper towels here. Wash my hands. Quick. Get the grit off. Nutella, yeah. It's chunky Nutella, though. It definitely has sand and stuff in it. Yeah, it looks like it's edible, but it definitely don't eat it. Ooh, it's sticky, too. Ugh. I gotta wash my hands after this. It's gonna get me good. That's looking good, though. Okay. The people I saw online were using sculpting tools, which I don't have. But they weren't using a straight brush for this. I'm going to pull out that X-Acto knife wherever I put it. There it is. And we'll use the back of a paintbrush to be able to make like little impressions. And then I'm going to use a really old paintbrush, like a really, really old paintbrush to goop this stuff up. I'm actually going to use this wood one, this junk one. So, okay. You sure we're not just actual mud? Yeah. It kind of feels like mud. But it is not actual mud. Don't worry. It will dry. Now, this stuff also takes 24 hours to dry. So it's going to go on here. We'll have plenty of time to work with it. But We will be done doing stuff with Barroth until it's fully dry, because it's gonna take forever to dry. And I'm gonna start on this part of the base where we want all the goop at, yeah? All right. I'm a little I'm nervous about this, chat, because I've never used it before. But we just got to get our hands dirty. Let's do this thing. I'll bring this closer to the camera so you can see it a little better. Okay, wish me luck. I don't mind getting this on Barroth's toes because he's walking in it. It doesn't matter. We want him to be part of the terrain, not a part outside of it. And this stuff works like our that crack paint that we did, the crackle paint, where thickness and thinness matters with this stuff for how it textures. Now it's gonna look like a canvas here for a bit while I paint it on, because I'm just trying to make a layer of mud, and then we're gonna add thicker parts and texture it, and we have plenty of time to add texture with this because it takes so long to dry. So I'm just gonna goop this around. You guys don't understand like how nervous I am about doing this. This is scary. That's some good looking mud though. I just like, this is the stage of the game where it's gonna be harder to fix this. It's still fixable if we mess it up, but it's gonna be harder to fix. I think we're gonna do this whole brown area in mud. I think it just makes sense. I wasn't going to originally, but the more this mud gets on here, the more I'm like, man, this stuff's cool. I want more mud on my base. Because we're not going to use mud on every single piece that I paint. You got this and Joya Totus that we'll use mud on. And so let's have fun with it, you know? Get underneath here a little bit. Now, we want this to look more natural. There aren't straight lines in nature hardly at all. So, like, this barrier between the... Oh, you can't see it very well. The barrier between this cracked earth and the mud needs to have more variation and not a straight line. And so I'm just going to start, like, globbing this in little patches out here. Like, Barroth is dropping it from his hands onto the ground, right? That's the idea. I think that's fun. So let's actually do, I'm going to actually go crazy with that a little bit. I'm going to add more here. Like just goop it on to like little towers. So it kind of looks like it's falling from his hand. And then we'll do the same thing over here as well. By his toes. Get it really thick here. And this is why it's going to take 24 hours to dry. Because this stuff is thick as heck. The brush while I turn this around. Looking dang good. I'll tell you what. Looking good. We're gonna add a little more clumps back here where the footprint's at. We want it to make an impression in the ground, so we want it to pile up a little bit more around his foot because he's stepping in it, you know? Yeah. Okay. Get the back side here. Gonna push it around here on the feet. That looks great. We're gonna do some sculpting a little bit of this, but we've got some really good texture on this. It looks awesome. You guys gotta take your shoes off when you get something. Exactly. I'll put a little mud on this branch, just a little bit on the tree. Like it fell off somewhere where Barroth stepped over it, you know? I think that's fine. Maybe a little bit on the end here. Nice. Okay. Nice. Okay. Now, is there anywhere else where we want like a little pile? Like I think it's because Barroth's walking through here, he's gonna leave footprints, but he's not gonna leave sludge piles, you know, like a whole area of it. But we could have a little pile out in here that shows like where a big chunk fell off, you know? Like that. Just like a little chunk, little dabbles. That feels natural, you know? And you put these strategically on places where you want to cover something up, right? Where you don't want it to be seen. I'm gonna put something there. Yeah, that looks great. And this looks a little bit unnatural. That looks much better. Okay, and then I'm gonna put some on his feet here. We're gonna start getting spicy. Put it on the model. Looks good, chat. That looks awesome. Dude, I'm playing with this big time. Okay, we're gonna put some more on his feet on this side. I'm so happy with this stuff. Is Can of Cheese here? I don't think Can of Cheese is here. He might be watching on mute. Can of Cheese, this stuff is great. Nice work, dude. Really nice work. Stuff is awesome. There we go. Okay. Let's pick out some spots on his body where we want the mud to be, you know? As Mr. Ross has said, there are no mistakes in painting, just happy accidents. Yeah. I agree. Okay. Well, we want a big lump on his back here. So a good place to put this mud is where we want some visual interest. Where we start to see things look boring. And we can add some more interest to that area. Right? So like painting some globs here looks great because it's just a big brown area, you know? And we'll get we want it also in natural spots where it would hang and stay on and not like not attached to him. It's just sitting on top of it, just rolling in it, you know? Darian, aren't we? Don't have the courage to put mud on my model? Yeah. I'm pumped. I'm pumped for it. We're not gonna do a ton, just some. I think this mud looks great. I want to use it. mean, that might be all we need on some cans too. Doesn't have to be crazy. Just enough to add some visual interest. Mix it up a little bit. Trying to think if there's one more spot instead of just his thighs where I'd want some mud. So I want to keep the color too. I want to keep the paint job. So I don't want to go crazy on it. I think just a little bit on the back of the tail here. Right here. That. I think that adds just enough to the model where you get the idea, you know? Let's do a little bit of sculpting of the mud. I think we're done putting mud on. Scrape all this off quick. Bow, wow. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. It's into the cup. Maybe his calves. I was thinking about that. I want to retain that color so much though, so I think I'm gonna keep it how it is for now. I like the shading on here a lot, so I don't want to mess with it too much. I think I'm gonna keep it. But the nice thing is, I mean, if we end up using this model a lot and we're looking at it, we're like, dude, we need to add more mud. We can just add more mud. It doesn't have to be here and only here, you know? Okay. Oh, I gotta get this wet. Otherwise it'll stick. Okay, so we can use the. Oh, that's too wet. Okay, this is just adding texture to the mud is all, which I know is kind of crazy because the mud already has texture on it. But sometimes you don't want it to be like a flat layer. On the Barroth itself, it's not going to matter that much. It's already got texture from the model itself, but we can break up some of these little like pools that are happening on here. This is really cool. Yeah, I want it to be like bumpy, you know? Yeah. Like ridges and stuff. But like down here, like adding just a little bit of texture to this spot makes it look more mud, you know? Makes it look like gunk everywhere versus just a flat drop of paint. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's go look over here. In here we can do a bunch. We're just trying to make things not look so uniform by adding these dimples in here, you know? Oh, I missed a spot of mud. Hold on a second here. I missed a big spot. Good thing we checked. There's little nooks and crannies that the mud didn't get into. I want to make sure everything's touched by mud down here. There we go. Much better. All right, I gotta get a good look at it here. 1 second. Nice. Happiness. Good stuff. This looks great. Very, very happy with this. Okay, I need my knife now. There it is. Because we gotta get in between the toes here. We missed that earlier. This one got a big chunk of brain. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done messing with it now. I think that's exactly how I want it to look. I gotta look at the hands, guys. Let's take a look at these quick. Make sure you bust up little bubbles in here if there are any. Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful! Oh, I'm pumped. Very, very pumped. Okay, this thing, we can't touch it. We can't touch the mud. The mud's got to set for 24 hours. It's a long time. The only thing that we've got left to do on this model, besides wait for it to dry, is to add this brush. Remember that brush that we painted up at the start of stream? We got to add that at the end, as well as some of these grass tufts and some of these rocks. And I think we're gonna even not do rocks. I don't know, I'm thinking about it. I don't think I want to. I think the mud's fine. We're gonna avoid the rocks. We'll put the dried brush over on the dried area over here. And I can just do that now. Because there's not much mud over here anyway. Like if I add a little dried brush here, like hanging out, you know? Like that. And then we could put our little grass tufts over here. Hey, Candy Cheese! We were just talking about you. I wasn't sure if you made it or not. The mud is great. The downside to mud is that it's a 24-hour dry time, which is fine. That is totally acceptable. We just gotta, like, I keep messing with it because it keeps making these little bubbles, but it's awesome. It feels like pudding that has sand in it. It's gritty. It moves around just fine. I think it looks great. We're going to see what it looks like when it dries. But, I mean, here... Okay, let me put the big camera on so you guys can see this a little better. Okay, let me grab this in the right spots here because there's now mud I have to remember on this face. Okay. It looks pretty good to me. If the mud stays a little glossy, that's what I want. Because then it makes it look wet, you know? Do not eat the pudding. Yeah, exactly. I think it looks really good. So I put some on his hands. I put some on his feet. There's a little bit on his... Oh, I lost something. Oh, that was that brush. That's fine. There's a little bit on his thighs, kind of like his hips. You know, but I didn't want to cover up the paint job too much because I painted it. I don't want it to be covered by mud. But he's a little glop, so he's walking to the dry area. The wet area is where he's coming from, you know? I think it worked out really well. Very, very good. Very happy with it. Yeah, I think it's a good product. You're gonna, and this thing's huge, Candy Cheese. Like the amount of stuff you can make with this is crazy. You just gotta make sure that the lid stays sealed. You're gonna have plenty of mud to use for other projects. Remember that we've got a Joy Totus in this box too. So Joy Totus will add mud to the fish as well, and the base and all that stuff. This won't be the only thing I use, but I actually used more mud than I thought I would because I like it so much. It's very, very good. This whole brown area, I wasn't going to cover the whole thing in mud, but I think it looks so good that why wouldn't you? You know? It's going to be one of 2 models that I own right now that have a mud feature where you expect it as part of the model. And so I want to use mud. I think it's good. Okay, let's add the brush here. And right now I'm feeling like this isn't, like I want a little more lighter gray on here. I think I'm going to do that first before I adhere it. No, I'm not. I'm going to adhere it first and we'll paint on top of it. Then it can just dry. Not to worry about it. But I think I want to add a little clump of dried like bushes here. That'll help cover up that line as well as add more visual interest to this side. It was the exact opposite of every direction I did. Yep, like that. That's perfect. And I've got another little tuft of it that I can use if I want. A really good use of this could be to cover up any spots between these rocks that we don't want seen potentially. But I'm kind of happy with where that's at. I'd like to add a little more to this area, the dried area, but I might not even need it. Maybe we just go double whammy here. Put it close together. We also don't need to use both. I just happen to paint both. I think that's fine. That looks fine. Okay. How do I want to adhere that? Because my first thought is super glue, but I don't think super glue is going to hold that stuff together. I think we gotta use Elmer's. We'll do that. Chat, hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for hanging out with me. Great to have you here. And happy Tuesday to you. Thanks for watching me put together Barroth. It's been a pleasure to do so. It feels nice to get some of this painting and modeling done, you know? This glue takes some time. Come on, glue. You can do it. Come on. Oh, is it sealed on the top? Yeah, it is. Well, that would explain it. There we go. My hands are so messy right now. I need to go wash them because I got that mud stuff all over my fingers. We'll do that soon, though. I'm going to finish up all this stuff first. Come on, glue. You can do it. That is tough to get out right now. Crazy. Man, I don't know how this is going to stay on here. We're going to have to be very gentle with this model. Which we should do anyways, right? Like, nothing new. That looks good. That looks great. Okay. And this piece. Come on, you. Why are you being so difficult? Elmer's glue. Quality content right here. Watch the glue. Something's plugging it up. Okay. Time to get the knife out. Alright, that fixed it for us. Unreal. Yeah, paperclip. I don't have one on. Similar? No. Let's try this out. Did it dry up in here, maybe? Kind of feels like it did. Oh, yeah, it did. There's a little bit of dried chunks in here. Whoopsie. Okay, let's get a knife on the other end here. Chunky Elmer's glue. Delicious. There we go. That's why you don't leave the lid open, y'all. Get it out of there. Auger it out. Perfect. Back on we go. PVA is water soluble. Take the top off, flush it. Yeah, we'll do that later for sure. I think I got all the chunks out I needed to here, so. Maybe. I might have to run under hot water now. Come on, glue. Crazy. Getting stopped by glue right now. Come on, glue. Why you do this to me? All right. Maintenance. I got to go run this underwater. I will be right back, chat. Okay, well, I'm just going to have to use a paintbrush and dab it out of here because this lid is clogged up. It's all right. We've got extra paintbrushes here. There we go. For the time being, this will have to work. No big deal. Paint the glue on. We'll wash that brush in a second. And we'll just put the lid back on here for now so we don't dry out the rest of the glue. No problem. We make do with what we got. Waiting for the bottle to squirt on the camera there. Dude, that would have been hilarious and awful at the same time. Can you imagine the mess that would have been? That would have been awful. press this down in. Oop, it's breaking. The paint made it chunky, which is great. We want it to feel like a dried brush, so now it is. So the branches are breaking on here. No big deal. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Not bad. Not bad at all. Overall, Barroth's looking mighty fine. We have nothing else to do except wait for the paint to dry, or the mud to dry. And then once the mud does dry, I will paint the rim of this black so that it'll stand out well. But that's Barroth. Well, we got to put a little grass tuft on. We'll do that afterwards too. We got to wait for all the mud to dry first, then we'll add the grass tufts on the edge. Let's scrape off a little piece of mud here on the rim. There we go. Okay. I think that's going to be it for Barroth. I think we nailed it. I'm feeling really good about this. Like we said, we gotta wait for the mud to dry. We'll add a little bit of dry brushing on the top of this to give it some more color. But we'll let the glue set first. And then we'll maybe put like a grass tuft on top of this rock. But I don't even know if we're gonna need it. I think it looks fine how it is. Satisfactory. I'll show it to you guys for now. Barroth's looking muddy fine. He sure is. Just how he should be, right? Just how he should be. Wonderful. Very happy with that. Very, very happy. Okay, we need to find a safe spot for him. I gotta go to Angie. Angie's out in the garage. I'll take you guys with me, though, yeah? Oh, and I never told you about the display thing I was talking to my wife about. I had to clean some tools up. I could tell you all about it. Because this mud is going to be really bad on this brush if I don't take care of it now. So, back here on my right here, the fuse box, my whiteboard, yeah. My wife's office is back there. On this wall, though, we got nothing. And what I want to do is put up some shelving on this wall so it's the backdrop of the camera. Like you can see my head here moving, yeah? This camera, we want the backdrop. If I get shelving, I could put these models on the shelving and we could display the models in the background and have Monster Hunter pieces in the background of the whole set, which would be pretty fun. So I got to find some shelving still to do that with. But that's the ultimate plan, is to put these monsters plus the hunter models that are over here, to put them on a shelf so people can check them out. I think that'd be really fun. Wasn't Angie in the bathroom? He was for a bit, but now he's in the garage. So I had to put a second bit of primer on him. But that primer is all dried now, so I'm gonna go retrieve him from the garage. I need to clean up my tools too. This brush is looking mighty dank. So I'll take you with me while we go get stuff, but I won't have a mic, so I won't be able to chat. But I'll take you with me so you got something to watch. We'll go clean these tools off quick in the sink, and then we'll run out to the garage and go get Anjanath and bring him back in here. I gotta bring this brush too. All right, let's go for a ride. Whee! Oh my god. Where'd my Wi-Fi go? I'm in my room. What happened? Oh, it just disconnected from Wi-Fi completely. All right, we'll try that. Trying to get it fixed here. There we go. Now it should be back. There it is. Okay. How we doing? Had to leave just some clients showing up 3 hours early. What have I missed? Are we on track to beat the HR time record? Nope. This is the slowest time record we've had. We just finished Barroth. The whole base is done except for a couple tidy pieces, tidy up stuff. But we're done pretty much with everything. He looks great. We just got to find a spot for him to hang out so I don't touch him. Let's see. Actually, back there is probably good. I'm going to move him over here. Good stuff. Okay. Angie. This is where wife sees hot cocoa is made. That's true, yeah. Over in the kitchen. After mowing, we need to take a nice deserved shower. I'm back. What a mess. Hey, Carson, how we doing? We just finished the Barroth base. We've got just a very, very like minute details that we're going to add at the end. It's going to take me 5 minutes once everything dries, but I'll do that off camera and show you the final pictures later. But everything on the base is done and the model's done. It looks really, really good. Very happy with him. We're just about to start on Anjanath, which is super fun. I wanted to show you guys a cool trick, and I wasn't able to get it on camera when I did the trick, but I can show you the effects of it anyways. So here's Anjanath, the model, not the actual monster. And if we look at him, he looks mostly gray right now, but he was fully primed black before, and you can see the most black over here on this side up by his neck is mostly black. But we put white spray paint primer on the top, and I sprayed it like this was sitting on the ground, and I spray painted from the top down, straight down, and just did like a dusting, right? Not perfectly, just a dusting. And the reason why we do this is a technique in mini painting called zenithal highlighting. And what that means is using the word zenith, right, which is dealing with the sun. We do this spray painting on top to make it look like where the light would be touching this thing if the light were falling from the sky down onto the model. And so the dust of the spray paint that we did on the top for the white only got to the parts where the light, quote unquote, would touch the model. So we can get an idea of where our highlights need to go, where our bright colors on the model need to go. Is this step required? No. All it is a tool to make things make sense to your eye a little bit for where light goes. So if you understand, where light shines in art theory, you don't have to do this at all. This step is also really nice if you do contrast paints. So if you have contrast paints through Citadel, contrast paints are like a thinned down version of paint where you can see the clear coat underneath. You can see through the paint underneath it a lot easier than how I've been painting. It's more transparent than the stuff I'm using. And the reason why that's good is because if you do this kind of zenithal prime, then you can just take your contrast paints and just slather it over the top of all this, and the shading will stay, which is great. I don't have that paint, so I don't paint that way, but doing this just gives us visuals of how we do paint with lighting to give you an idea of where the light's going to touch. Now, it's obvious to me because I've done this a lot. Yeah, slap chop. Yep. That's what the technique's called. It's obvious to me because I've done this a lot that the light, if it's coming from top down or even off at an angle a little bit, is going to touch the top of Anjanath more than the bottom of Anjanath. And that's why if you flip this guy over, he looks kind of weird because he's just black all over. There's no light touching the underside of him. So you don't want to put all of your bright colors on the bottom of them. You want to put all your bright colors on the top because that's where the light hits. That's where your brightest colors of each shade of each pigment goes. And then your darker colors go underneath, so it's from top down, right? But there's some parts where it might be interesting, like right here, this is either an issue with the spray paint and how it fell, right? Because it's all white up on the top here, but it's black on this side. But what the real issue is that this is a clump of hair and not individual strands. Normally light would shine through here and you'd see this. But because of how the modeling worked, because it's all just a big chunk of plastic, we didn't get light underneath here because this is overhanging with the hair a bit. We're still gonna paint, we're gonna brighten this spot up. This spot doesn't make sense with the light because of how the modeling went. But otherwise you could see like it's really fun with these hairs. The top of the hair is white here, but the underside's completely black. Like keeping this will make that hair look even better than trying to get it all the same color on every angle. So we're gonna dry brush the crap out of the top to get brighter colors at the top and leave the shade colors underneath because it looks really good. Gives it a nice little, gives it some depth, you know? So, and then we'll do a little more details on the face because there's some ridges here that needs light and all that, but we want people to look at the face so there's more light on the face than other parts just for visual interest. So that's the Zenithal highlight. Our first step is to base paint this guy. Undercarriages, yeah. The first step is to base paint this guy. Get the base colors figured out. And we need to know exactly what colors Anjanath is, right? And so it's time for some reference photos. Let me pull up this quick. Volume Rex. That's kind of funny. Gotta move this camera out of the way. The one you can't see right now. Don't worry, there's something coming on screen here in a second. Don't worry. I saw you worrying, that's why I had to say something. Here we go. Okay, if we go Anjanath, and I pull up this, and go to images, we can look at reference photos of Anjanath, yeah? And we all got a pretty good idea of what Anjanath looks like because we've played World, for those who did anyways, and that's where Anjanath is at. He's in Rise as well, but Anjanath is HD version, yeah. We're not going for Fulgur, so we don't have to worry about these. This is the official render of Anjanath from Monster Hunter devs for World. This is the Rise one. Still some good coloring on here. This gives us more of the body length that we're looking for. And we can see that all of his skin is a sort of pink, but it's not bright, you know, Barney the dinosaur pink. It's a skin tone pink, the tender pink, yeah? And then all of the hard scale parts and into the hair are blue, like a cobalt blue, which looks really nice. And what we need to figure out is where the dark and the light colors of the hair and the skin, like what color are we starting with? Because right here on this neck, you know, neck vein, the lightest color there is our highlight. But what color are we painting the whole model? Because we're gonna lighten our colors up to this color, but we don't want to paint the whole model that color, because then we're gonna have to repaint it to get all the shade color in. We want to paint the whole model the shade color first, and then we can add darker shades for the shadows, and then lighten up the shade color up to the highlight color that we want. So it's kind of like a red almost, but in the pink stratosphere, in the pink area, we're going more towards pink, but it's more of a deeper color than a brighter color. We can also look for references of people who have painted the Anjanath model. This is the board game model from Steamforged, unpainted. Here's something someone painted. This is kind of a fun thing that they did, because they cut the model off of the base and had him climbing on rocks, which we could do, but I'm not interested in doing that. But this is something I do with infantry models sometimes. But we can look at this guy's reference to see how he painted them, and he did a pretty good job. This is a little bit too dark of a pink for me. Like, I think this color on his cheek and stuff is the color I want to start with, and I would go brighter than this on the highlights. But the shadow color is great, and he actually has hair on here, which is crazy. That's actual hair, like fur, that he added to this. That's not the fur of the model itself. He added that to it, or whoever. Yeah, this is the same guy we looked at before. That's pretty fun. Great job. So that's actual fur. But I want to go a little brighter on the pink than this. I don't want it to be this deep. I want to go just a little bit brighter. But I might look for this color as the base coat color. So I'm just gonna start grabbing colors right now, so that we at least have a reference for what we're looking for. So I have a red that we used before, that bloody red that we used on the the mushrooms over there for the highlight color. This is too red though, so we're gonna need to knock it down a peg color wise. So I'm gonna need to add a white to it to make it more pale and into the pink hemisphere. Or if you want to make it, pink would be more white. Yep. There's a dragon red too, but that's too rich. I don't want that. So let's see. We could also use that bone white color and mix it with the bloody red and get a more creamy pink color. I think that's going to be better. So we'll use these two colors mixed together to do the skin. Cut your beard. Use your hair as a fur. One of a kind. Yeah. And then for the blue, I do like the blue that he used on this. It's like a gray blue, like a cobalt blue, but it's more on the gray end and less on the blue end, right? And so I've got like a stone wall gray that I use often, or a basalt gray here. That's looking pretty close. And I'm gonna add, as we get into the highlights, not that one. This one. I have a dark Prussian blue that I love. I love this color. And we can work our way to this color on the highlight parts. Now, this isn't a light color, but it's gonna be more rich and saturated. I want that on the highlights, and then the more less saturated in the shadows. We'll mix those two together for the blue parts, I think. Yeah, more steel, but it won't be shiny like steel. But yes, yep, more stone colored is what I want it to be, but with blue in it, not straight gray, but like a blue gray. So that's gonna be the main two colors. Then what we need to do, or what I need to do, is find a couple more reference photos for what of the highlight color I want to be for these cheekbones, right? Because we're using the skin tone color, the red and the white mixed together, for the base coat. But what do I want to work it up to? I want to work it up to a kind of pink. And if I have a pink in a bottle, I'm going to use it, but otherwise I'll mix it. I'm going to check my bin here for color. Pretty sure I don't have a pink. Yeah, I don't have a pink, so I'm gonna have to mix it, which is fine. So we'll use the same coloring we're doing now. We'll just add more bone white to it to get it more pale. That'll work out just fine. Awesome. All right, let me look at some more reference photos quick. Let's leave this page up though, because we'll use that later on. I'm just gonna save these pictures and we'll add them to a document kind of. Interesting. I don't mind the concept art. Here we go. Is this the same guy? Nope, it's not. It's different. This is great. So the thing that's great about this, that I like about it, is how he did the hair, right? The other model had actual hair on it, so we can't really draw a whole lot of ideas for how we want the hair to look, because he used actual hair. What this person did well with the hair is they're using the cobalt blue that I want to use for this color, but they've highlighted all the way to white on these edges. That's not the light on the hair. That's actual dry brushed white color on here. And that's exactly how hair looks when it gets into light, right? Like you can even see on my hair. Let me go to the big camera quick. If you look at my hair on camera right now, where it's darkest is where the color's at. My hair color is a dark brown. That's here. But it goes up to white. That's not because I have gray hair. I do have some gray hairs. But this is where the light's shining directly on my hair, and it goes to white. All the way from dark brown to white. Just how coloring works, right? And that's what this guy did on the Anjanath too. We could see that all of the hair is that cobalt blue, but if we just left it cobalt blue, it wouldn't look like hair. We want it to get to where the light shines on the hair. We want to highlight it all the way to white, which we'll do. That'll be really fun. I think we could use the same exact blue in here and just add a little red to it to get these veins in here. The light teacher, you know me. The teeth are a perfect color. We can use the same color we used on Barroth for the teeth. And then the tongue. I like that tongue color a lot. This piece is really just going to be pink and blue, and that's the whole thing. We've got these patches on the thighs I'd like to hit too, which are more skin color. I got to change the music here, chat. I'm running out of music. Come here, you. There we go. These patches on the thighs, on the hips, are neither blue nor pink, right? They're like a flesh tone. They're flesh color. And that variation in skin tone is going to make this thing look so much better. So we're going to try for that. This is going to be the hardest part for me, I think, is blending this pink color in with flesh tone. The flesh tone is a highlight, though. We're still going to base coat everything pink, and then we'll add these flesh tone spots to it, and then we'll have to blend it in. But that's all highlight color. That pink tone is underneath this. I think we could get there. This is a good-looking model. Did a nice job. Do we have any other reference photos we need to look at? I don't think so. The only thing we'd look at next is basing. And the Anjanath is not in the Wildspire Waste box. It's in the Ancient Forest box. So for basing, we can go more lush, like a lot more lush because we're in the forest. I don't need to worry about that right now because we're going to paint the model first. We'll do the base afterwards. But it is something fun to look at to see, you know, what do I need to go in my backyard and collect? What do we need to add to the base so we can glue it on? Because the gluing takes time, and then we can paint after the glue sets, you know? I'm just looking for some ground cover stuff. This is the full grade HFP, but this is all ice. So, and this is coming with my Kickstarter set. I think I'll have a Fulgur one as well. Yeah, I think we'll come back and look at Ancient Forest references later. Oh, this is fun. Somebody made their own magic card. Trample Riot, that's fun. Plus the amount of counters on Anjanath and HR. That's a really powerful effect. Holy crap. That's a good card. Oh, here's a Fulgur one. Trample Prowess. Whenever it enters or attacks, gain an energy. 3 copy. Dang, dude, that's powerful too. Not as powerful as the other one, but still very good. Yikes. For all the Magic fans out there. Okay, I think we're good. Let me save this and document. Oh, you know what? I can't show you this though because there's thumbnail secrets in here. No thumbnail secrets. Not allowed. All right, let's do Canva. You just copy these images onto Canva. Thumbnail secrets. Okay. Hidden information, you know. And we got to use the snipping tool for this one because Instagram doesn't let you copy photos, which I think ultimately is the right decision. But currently, right now, I would love a way to copy this image. You saw nothing? Probably. Okay, and then we can go like this. All right, and then I'll share my screen again so you guys can see these things that I'm doing. Okay, this is Canva for anyone who's never used Canva. Canva's like a free photo editing software. Is it as powerful as Photoshop? No. Is it going to do like 80% of what you want to do without Photoshop for free? Yes. I've been using Canva for 10 years. I love it. It's great. I do all of my work on here. But anyways, we're not doing anything with Canva on here except just creating a reference sheet here. Because then I can download this and throw it on screen for you guys to see as well as for me to reference stuff I'm looking at, you know. For the pink to flesh color, I would say thin the flesh color down to do multiple layers. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to do pink for the whole body for sure, except maybe the legs here. And then when we do the highlighting step, that's exactly what we'll do is we'll thin down flesh color to go over the top of the pink a little bit, but still see through it some. And then do the highlights of the brightest flesh color. Yeah. Okay, let's download this. There we go. Okay, and then I'll go into the screen here. Perfect. Okay, We are here. Hello, those are my hands. My camera's in the wrong spot. There you go. I just got to set up the reference photo here, and then we'll be good to go. So we could take this. Oop, not that one. This one. Nope. This one. Change this out for this one. There we go. So now we can pull that on screen. Aha! And there's our references, right? So now this is what we're aiming for. More of a glaze. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. That sounds good to me too. Okay. So the reason why I'm showing all this too, chat, is like, one, because this is my process. You get to see a little insight into what I do. But the second reason is like, for those who are just looking to do any kind of art, not even this kind of art. If you're doing art in general, some people have it in their mind that you have to be 100% completely original. You can't look at anyone else's work for anything. Otherwise, you're a fake or a scam or whatever. And like, that's just not true. We're inspired by things every day. We try things out because of things we interact with or noticed or saw, and put our own spin on it. Reference photos are a good thing. And the reference, mainly what it's doing is giving you something to look at for when you get stuck. When you're painting or drawing or creating or whatever, and you're like, what do I do in this instant? Well, let me look to see how somebody else has done it and give me an idea, and then I'm going to go and do that idea. And sometimes that idea is literally exactly what they did because you like it. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that. And sometimes it's, oh yeah, that's right. This is hair, not skin. And so I need to use my hair color here, you know? It's good to have on hand. And as you saw when we went through the whole Barroth yesterday and today, the reference photo was there. I used it like 4 times. I pulled it on screen every time I used it. But once you got into the groove and knew what you were looking at, you didn't need the reference photo anymore. I didn't need the reference photo anymore because I knew what I was doing after I got going. So I'm just using this to show, as we get started on base coding this guy, what parts we're looking to do, what color, right? Okay, let's get this out of here. Move my mouse, because we gotta put the camera back. All right. And then we can pull this camera down so you can see a little better there. There we go. Making it all work. Moving parts. Now, what I didn't account for was the wet belt. Awesome sauce. I think we're going to start with the pink because I can be sloppy with it, and then we're going to paint blue over the top of it anyways in some spots. Mix up that pink to my liking. To what I would like it to look like. The pink color I'm looking for is what we want. It's not the highlight color, right? The highlight color is the brighter pink. We want to get it to what we want the model to generally look like color-wise, because we're gonna highlight above that color-wise. You know, we're gonna go brighter than what it is. I'm not going for the highlight color first, because if I try to highlight the highlight color, then it's like super bright and ridiculous. So we're gonna start with some red here. Oh, you know what? Do I have the right paint brushes here too? I got to use a lot of color here because the model's big. And a little bit of bone white. Good job, Tails. Look at this big boy we're using. Big brush means more paint on the brush, which means I don't have to... It takes me less time to paint it. That's the whole point. I have to go back to the paint pot so many times to paint on it. Hey, Frog, how we doing? Welcome back. What'd you miss? We finished Barroth. It's still drying. But there's like one detail left I have to add to it after everything dries, and it's going to take 24 hours to dry. But Barroth is done. Pretty great. Do you do much model painting? Yes. Yes, I do. I've been painting for 15 years, something like that, on and off. Not completely, but yes, I've done a lot of it. Nice to meet you, Bubbly Trout. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I'm picking this up for no reason. What I need to do is mix these two colors. Do a little water here. Okay, and we're not going to use all the paint from both ends here because we don't know if that's the right ratio. I'm gonna pull most of it though, because I want to use a lot of this paint over here, and then a lot of paint over here. Mix those bad boys up. This is probably the wrong brush for mixing paint. I now realize. That's fine. Whatever. We're already committed. Now this pink's a little bit too bright for me. It is pink though. That's what we want. We're gonna add more red. That's looking good. That's looking mighty fine. All right. Let's do it. I'm not gonna have enough paint. I'm gonna have to make more of it, but we're gonna paint. So we know that some of these legs are gonna have blue on them, but I'm not really caring about where paint goes right now. We just want to get paint on the model because we're gonna paint over it with the blue anyways. We don't need to be really detailed here. I don't want to paint all the hair pink because we want the hair to be blue, you know? But we get over all the areas that have the skin tone and not really worry that much about where we paint because we're just going to paint over it anyways. Remember the 80% of the time it looks bad and then the last 20% it looks good? This is the 80%. It's going to look real weird for a bit here. This is a little too pink now that it's on the model. It's a little pink. Yeah, that's way too pink. Okay, we've made a mistake. And it's because my lighting over here is bad. I'm gonna brighten this up. Not very happy with me. That's A-okay. Let's try this pink out. See if this makes a little bit of difference here. Just adding some water. Side. See which side we like better. So, and remember too, like, even if our colors change a little bit when we get our next batch of color mix, fine. Nature doesn't have perfect color skin tone, you know? Things will change throughout the model, throughout the, you know, the beast, the monster, as you look at different parts of the body. It's normal. That's how life works, you know? So it's okay. I'm not worrying too much. This is like Pepto-Bismol pink almost. So now we can look between the two. That one's more red. And that one's more, you know, skin tone. And what we could do is just pull this up and see which one we like here, right? So we look at our reference photo and look here. Like which pink is closer to it? Whoa, I painted my keyboard. All right, good. Here we go. This red is too red, right? This Pepto-Bismol pink is actually pretty close. Looking good. This is a little bit too deep. So I'm gonna stick with this. I think this is great. And it doesn't have to be perfect. The other thing to remember too, chat, remember we're gonna put that wash over this. For those who were here yesterday, we did a wash over Barroth, which is what adds shadow to the nooks and crannies, right? But it also darkens the model overall. And so if this pink's a little too pink, that wash will bring it back into line. It'll be just fine. Oh, you guys can't see that, but I'm trying. The rotation for the undercarriage, a little hard to do here. There we go. And like I said before, like I'm not worried about where I glop the paint on here because we're gonna paint over most of this, or some of it anyways, lots of it, with different colors to get all the details right? So it's not that big a deal. Like the primer's there to give us some shadow, and this paint color over the top of the primer is already giving us the shadow that we want for things to look good. We'll come back and get the exact color in every individual spot correct later. We just need to get something on the model so we have something to work with, you know. There are little hairs down here, but it's mostly skin tone underneath the tail. I'm gonna make sure I get the whole underneath of the tail taken care of here. Skin tone. I'm starting to run out of paint too. Let's see if I can get it to go a little further here. We're gonna need to do another layer as well, so I'm gonna really have to get it to go further. I'm gonna have to mix more and more. A little blue, yeah. We'll add some blue when we get to the other parts of the body for it, because the shade, the wash is what's gonna sell the color a little bit for darkening it. Yep. You're right on, Proceed. You're right on. Okay. Big brushes make for big light work. Just saying too. Makes it go fast. Looking mighty pink. Remember the quest name for Anjanath too? Tickled Pink. There's a reason why we're painting in pink. Because it's pink. Alright, we gotta get behind his legs. Need some more water on my brush. It's getting kind of chunky here. The thinner your paint is, the better off you're going to be in the long run too. So even if it's a little too thin, that's fine. Just do another layer of paint over the top of it. Because working in layers when you're doing acrylic paint is the way to go. That's what makes your models look even better. It's just layering paint on top of paint. Because you're going to see the layers underneath it as well. It's good. Didn't do his face here earlier. Let's get that taken care of. Yeah. Delicious. The more layers I put on this guy, the more happy I am with this color. It works really, really well, and it looks really good. And part of the reason it looks good is because we primed the guy black before we started painting him. And so we're seeing the black primer show through the pink, which is giving me encouragement for how the wash is going to look. I can already envision it in my head that with the wash, this guy's going to look awesomer. Going to draw out a lot of the details that we're seemingly covering up right now with this brush job. But we're going to get those details back when the wash goes on. So, what's the lesson there? I don't know. Go with your gut, I guess. I felt like this pink was kind of, Pepto-Bismol pink, but I think it's the perfect color because of how it's gonna live on this model a little bit, Looking dang good. That's looking awesome. Little spot here that needs a little bit more. We'll just use up the rest of my paint here. I'm using an airbrush. I would love to use an airbrush. The problem is that airbrushes are expensive. An airbrush that's worth using is like minimum $200. And I don't have that much money for painting. If I was doing painting as a career, I would look into it for sure, because it would save a lot of time. But I don't have $200 to throw into my models that I already don't regularly paint. An airbrush essentially is a time saver, which is good. It's good to save time. I don't have any problem with saving time. But you have to spend time earning the $200 to be able to save time later and earn your money back, And I don't spend enough time painting throughout the year to make that investment worth it. So And really, ultimately, for how much I'm doing with this one model, it's going to save me like 3 minutes max, because the amount of time it takes me to clean out my airbrush to use the next color is also time I use in order to use the airbrush, or time I lose in order to use the airbrush. Whereas cleaning a brush is like way faster than cleaning an airbrush is. Way, way, way faster. And knowing my habits, I probably would ruin the airbrush because I wouldn't maintain it well, because of all the time you have to spend maintaining it. I don't want to. I would rather just wash a brush off. Dang gum! One coat of paint, or one color of paint. Let me put it on the big camera. It's already making this guy look good. Okay, now remember, 80%, the first 80% looks bad, but the other color we're putting on here is a cobalt blue on the hair, right, and on the legs. That black with the white primer is pretty close to cobalt blue. It's not actually that color, but it's gonna be the sharp contrast between this pink. This is not finished at all, not even close to finished, right? It's the first layer of paint that we got on here, but I think we nailed the color really well. And the cobalt blue on top is gonna sell it even more. Looking really good. Very happy with it. I'm in a Warhammer painter, so the money part of it kind of gets warped. Yeah, I've got Warhammer too, but even then, like, I've got a Tyranid army, and I would never get my money back from from an airbrush for how much I paint. Like, I would need to be doing more than like probably 2 armies at once to make the airbrush worth it for me. Look sunburned? Yeah, kinda. He'll get better. Don't worry. He'll get better. The sunburned Anjanath. That's pretty funny. I like that. Okay, what I need to do next though is look at my reference photo to make sure that I've got all the colors correct here. So we can pull this up. And what we're looking for is, did we nail all the spots where the pink is gonna be? We did too much on the arms, but we can cover that with the blue. It's no big deal. And too much on the thighs too. I left this pink, but honestly, putting blue over this with a dry brush will probably look better. You know, but we went a little bit heavy on the pink on the legs. But everything else, I think we got perfect. The whole face was pink. The stomach and the undertail was all pink. That's the same on all here. I think that looks great. We'll get the cobalt blue mixed here then, and we'll keep going. Let me shrink this down again. There we go. Perfect. And my back is getting sore too. Just take it easy. Take it easy. You know, slow it down. Okay. Wash this brush up. Mm-hmm. I think I'm out of paper towel. I'm gonna have to get some more of that here in a little bit. Hey, Chad, if you're enjoying the stream and you're watching on YouTube, you wouldn't mind hitting the like button for me. That would help out a lot. Thanks in advance for doing that. Makes my cat Punchy in Monster Hunter very happy. He gets paid in like some videos. And we're not hanging with Punchy today. You know, he could use some encouragement. It also helps out the channel a lot, though, too. YouTube recommends this channel to more people when more people interact with it. So thanks in advance for doing that. Okay. Assault gray, Prussian blue. We're gonna go mostly gray here, but add some blue to it for the base coat, and then we'll go more into the Prussian blue on other stuff. When an airbrush would get used, would not really make up for the prices. It would only be used in the beginning minutes of the model as the color's looking really good. Yep. Yeah. If you're base coating a lot of models, the I gotta shake this up. The airbrush is awesome. That's the whole point. Is because the airbrush, there is some detail work you can do with it, but not really. You're mostly using the airbrush for detail work when you want to add like a glow effect to something. That's pretty much one of the coolest things you could do with the airbrush. Besides the base coating. Base coating though, if you've got like a whole bunch of armies you're doing, and you just need to throw blue on all of them. Oops, sorry about that, chat. I've got paint on my space bar. If you got to throw blue on 100 models, and you got to paint 100 models in a fast amount of time, then yeah, definitely. But a lot of times, the way I get away with it, because of how much painting I do, which is not a whole lot compared to people who have airbrushes, I just get a spray paint can. Like I'll prime my models in black mostly, usually. Sometimes white depending on what colors I'm painting. Oopsie, that had a little plug. That's right. But then you can just get a rattle can, which is it's just an airbrush. The thing about an airbrush is that you can mix different colors in and get the colors exactly how you want it to, like a paintbrush. But for how much I use it for painting, for how much painting I do, like really I would be just fine getting a rattle can of the exact color I want and just spray painting everything. It's $5 and I can use that rattle can for a long time instead of $200 for the $200+ for the airbrush. I just don't use it enough. That's the point I'm trying to say. If I was doing a lot of mini painting, I would look into it, but I'm not. People who are doing like mini painting as their content creation stuff, that's a whole different thing. But I'm not. We just happen to be painting on stream today. I don't do this for my, like, all the time. Okay, that's a lot of blue. We're not even going to use all that, I'm sure. The other thing I have to remember is I got to mix enough of this paint, but let's get an actual paint mixing brush out here. Get out Old Reliable here. We've used this brush. This is a beat up brush, but we've used it for so much stuff the last 2 days. Good to have, you know? Good to have the old beat up brush. Okay. Kind of chunky in there. We're looking for Anjanath hair color. It's already too blue, but we have to mix a little bit more. Maybe it's not fully mixed through here. It's okay. It's coming. This little chunk of whatever that is bothering me. There we go. I think I want it grayer. Maybe not, though. This actually looks really good. It's going to get darker when we put the wash on it. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that how it is. Now, this kind of silly, but I'm going to do it. I want as much of this paint as I can get. Is that Anjanath? It's the start of an Anjanath anyways. How we doing, Blueberry? Good to see you. Okay, I'm just going to scrape the paint off here to preserve as much paint as I can. This is looking pretty good. We're going to find out in a bit. It might be a little bit too light. I might need to add more like black to it potentially, but we can start here anyways. I'm going to add just a little bit of water. Okay. Here we go. Oh, man. Tails, you're so good at colors. This is perfect. Who knew? Who knew the colorblind guy could pull out colors like this, huh? Who knew? I need to wet my brush just a little bit more here because there's so many gaps in the hair here. We need the paint to run down in the gaps. If your brush is too thick, you won't be able to get inside the gaps. So we're gonna go a little bit runny here. First time, no issue. Love my airbrush. I use it throughout the entire painting process, but that's just me. And you can paint with whatever process you like. Yeah. If I had one, I would use it for sure. I'm not dunking on airbrushes. Don't get me wrong. I think they're a wonderful time saver. I think they're very good. I have no issue with them at all. I think they're a fantastic tool. I don't have the means for it, so I've had to get different ways to do the painting process, and the ways I've done it has worked for me for how much I paint. If I were falling behind on projects or something, or had deadlines that I had to meet or whatever, it would bend my wallet a little bit more towards airbrushing for sure. Yep. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I saw that. Hairbrush. I use my hairbrush every day too, but for different things, not for painting. You can see this pink on this hair is showing through because that paint is really runny. the paint's running into the gaps here and not covering the top of the surface here, which is fine. We're gonna come back and fix that later anyways. We just need a base coat. We just need to put color where color belongs so we can get into the details later. We're not worried about the details at this part of the process. The base coat's giving us a foundation to add color on top of it to make the color richer or stand out more or whatever else. It's also just giving us something for our eyes to look at so we can figure out what the heck we're doing with all this paint. You know? When you got a big gray model looking at you, it's like, where does everything go? Well, let's just slap some colors on there. See what we like and don't like. And we just paint over the things we don't. That we don't like. Not worried about where all the paint sloshes to right now. And I say all this because when I was younger, this part bothered me a lot. Because I'd always be like, oh crap, you know, like I got blue on the red. I gotta fix that right now. No, you don't. It doesn't matter. You're gonna fix it in the end eventually. It'll eventually get fixed. But right now, it does, like for this step of the process, it does not matter. And I'm gonna get more done by getting this step of the process done quickly and then going in and fixing the details later instead of worrying about the details at every step all the time. You know? We want to get more blue. I want to go gentle here. Yeah, this is fine. The thighs had blue on them, not red. Go like this and kind of bring it down a little bit here. Yeah, that works. So I only bring up those things because these are the things I used to struggle with all the time. Painting is like I would just get caught up in all the details. Like everything had to be perfect all the time. And like the older I get doing projects like this, the more I have to remember that if I'm not enjoying the process, I may as well be doing something else. And a way to enjoy the process for me right now is just get paint on the model. Like you'll paint the model more if you see paint on the model. So that's why I share it. Already looks pretty good. I think so too. Yep. And obviously, as you know, we're gonna add more detail to it to make it even better. But if you're looking to like, you're gonna play this board game with friends and you just want something to have some color on it. I mean, this took me 5 minutes, you know? Like all it takes is 5 minutes and 2 colors and you got something. Something to start with. I've run out of blue paint on my palette too, so I'm trying to make the most of this on what we have left until we mix up more of it, but I don't really want to mix more of this if I don't have to right now, because we're going to start shading over the top of it anyways. So I'm just going to get the most out of what I have on my brush and then we'll move on. And we got to get the arms too. Can't forget the little arms. They were blue on their photo, I remember. There you. Oh, I gotta get underneath them. All right. Sorry, chat. Flipping it upside down. Happy. Happy. Happy and proud. Feels good. I am out of paint. Just trying to grab what I can here real fast. Not bad. Not bad at all. God of War is how we do it. Good to have you here. Barroth's done? Yes. Barroth has one-ish detail left that I need to do. But I have to wait 24 hours for the mud to dry before I can do that. So I'll finish that off stream. But yeah, Barroth is done. All set to go. Good to see you, Deej. Just had dinner and craving for something sweet came back, so I'm going to brew some tea. There you go. Good work. Nice job. Board game? Yeah. It's Steamforged Games is the people who made the Monster Hunter World board game. And these are all the official models. Or these are official models from it. Not all of them. There's a bunch of them. Can we get a WoW's edition sometime in the future? Maybe, if they make it. They've made World and Iceborne editions of the Monster Hunter World board game. They'll be incentivized to make the Wilds edition if people get the World and Iceborne edition. Yeah, I'll throw some pics in Discord as soon as it's all dried up for the Barroth. The Barroth's looking mighty fine, though. Yep. Looking really, really good. I'm very happy with it. All right, chat. Like 15 minutes ago, this whole piece was black and white. And at the start of the day, this piece was gray. It didn't have anything on it. We put 2 colors of paint on it, and it already looks like a T-Rex. It looks like a Anjanath. It looks great. It's time to get into the details now, though, right? We want to start adding specific color to specific spots for what we're looking for. But I mean, this is the start, and it's looking great. Looking really, really well. So things that we got to look for is get the finalized spots for where this blue is going to mix with the red or the pink, I guess, on the legs. I got to figure that spot out. I got to find some of these hairs like on his tail. I need to paint those blue, but I got to do those individually. I can't do all of this because then I'll lose all the pink underneath it. Get the claws painted, get the tongue painted, and get this face color figured out. Right? That'll be pretty much everything for the base coating part, and then we'll put a wash on it. But even some of these gloppy parts, like you could see, like in here, let me get a pencil. Like in here, we've got some speckles of blue paint that went around. Those are like freckles on skin, right? Like I'm not gonna worry about repainting this pink. It doesn't matter, right? There's some speckles down here. It don't matter. Like those are just, oh, you can't see that behind my thumb. Let me show you. On the tail, see these speckles here? Like that's just variation in skin tone. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect because skin tone, that's how skin works. You know, we all got blemishes on our skin. So do monsters. Even underneath here, I've got some blue. Oh, you can't see that either. Darn camera. Here we go. See the blue that went up on the neck here from me painting the hands? Like, I'm not going to worry about it. All of those speckles just add good variation and variety to the skin tone. So I'm just going to leave it. You know? We're going to get the blue ultimately nailed down for exactly where we want it. Get those spots painted for like claws and eyes and mouth, like I said before. And then we're going to put a wash on this whole thing and let it come to life. It'll look good. Now, there is some spots I want to fix, like down here. There's a little bit too much blue that bled into the pink here, so I'm going to fix that a little bit, but other than that, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it looks perfect to me. I think the imperfections is what makes it look better. You know, the parts where we miss certain things in terms of like, you know, colors bled from one place to the other, that it makes it look better because the variations of how, like, that's what happens. Monsters have, and animals and humans, we have variations in how we look, and so the variations make it look better, but there's nothing to worry about with it. I'm waiting to start the next part because this paint's still wet, so don't mind me, chat. Don't mind me. We could actually take a look at the reference photo to see what we want to do next, though. Forgot to ask yesterday, was there an in-game reason why you did the 3 biomes on the base, or was that just an artistic choice? Just an artistic choice, yeah. What I was trying to avoid was a whole area that was mud because I hadn't worked with that mud stuff before with this stuff. I've never used this stuff before. And so I didn't want to commit to everything's going to be the mud color because if I didn't like it, then I'd have to start over. But the other side of it is that I wanted to retain the desert look that's on my hunter minis, right? We've got the desert bases here with the cracked earth. I wanted that to be on the Barroth, but I also wanted mud on the Barroth model base because Barroth is mud. Because he's a mud puppy. And so I wanted to retain that as part of the lore of the monster. And so I went with double. And honestly, when we blended everything together with the 3 biomes today, it actually just looks like 2 now. The sand area went into the dry area and blended really well. And so really it looks like the desert dry area and the desert wet area now because of how we fixed all the terrain now that everything's dried out. It looks really, in my opinion, it looks really good. But I'm biased, you know. It's my model. And I painted it. Okay, let's pull up the reference again to make sure we're doing everything right here that we want. Here we go. Let's just look at one reference at a time here. We can make this a little bit easier to see. Cool. So the arms on that he did here has some pink on it with some blue on it, where ours are mostly blue. It's fine with me. Doesn't matter to me. We'll dry brush some pink over the top of it. No big deal. All these are looking about right though on what my model has. We just gotta blend the colors a little better, which we'll fix that, no problem. Claws, what we gotta do. Teeth, tongue, eyes. That's pretty much it. And then let's see the other one here just to make sure I got this right. Oh yeah, down here, but that's gonna happen when we put the what's it called? The wash on it. This should come out just fine. Because we'll get the highlights and all these things after the wash. And this is all after the wash too. Yep, so just claws, teeth, tongue, and eye. Then we're good. Okay, let's go like this. Put this back. There we go. Okay, good stuff. Thought it was a great idea, to be fair. Sounds awesome with the natural blend. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think not every model from the Wildspire Waste is going to be that way, right? Diablos is going to be, the whole base is going to be sand, you know? That's what we want. We want sand on Diablos. The Joyatotis model will be similar to what we do with Barroth. I want mud, but maybe we'll do more mud on that base with some features that aren't dry, you know, like sand, but more like the crusty stuff. Because Joyatotis never makes it over to the sandy area. And so we'll do some mixes there. The last model that's in that box is the Puke. It's in the Wildspire Waste box, but it's also an Ancient Forest monster. I don't know what I'm going to do for the base of that guy, but I'm not even close to worrying about that. I'll think about it when I get to it. For claws, we want to do... I think we're going to use this bone white, because that's a good claw color, and add gray to it. I think that's a good mix. Plus, I don't have to get out more paint, which is even better. I do need to get these brushes washed out quick. Might not make it to stream Saturday. We're invited to the grandparents over for Easter. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, it is Easter weekend, so it's a little difficult there. My family's not doing stuff until Sunday, so I'll be around on Saturday. No big deal. By the way, chat, Saturday, the stream is my birthday stream. I turned 35 years old on Thursday this week. But my wife and I are celebrating on Thursday. So I'm going to celebrate with everybody here in the channel on Saturday. It'll be a good time, I think. I hope, anyways. Just got out of work. Nice. Welcome back. Hope work went well for you, Cogworks. We finished up Barroth. There's just minor details I got left to do on him to be completely done. And we're working on Anjanath now. Let's grab a glob of this. Nice. And then a glob of this. See how this looks. I would like it like a perfect mix of these two. Because I do want the claws to be gray, but I also don't want them to be so dark. I think we need more bright. All right, offload there. And just looking good. It's starting. We got a couple colors on it. We got lots more details left to go here, but it will come together for sure. Thank you, friend. That's a better claw color. offload the brush. Then we'll get the brush for painting details on or out. There we go. Okay. Where are you at? Are you it? Yep. Let's do some toenail painting. Some claw painting. Oh, man. Manny and Petty time for the old Anjanath. We're going to make him feel really special. Here you go, bunny. So, how's your week been? That's a good color. I like it. We'll add highlights to it later to brighten up the spots where the light touches it. But for a base color, this is great. My brush is a little thick with paint right now, but it's fine. We're not looking for super details here right now. Just base color. We can miss and make a mistake. No big deal. We can even put paint on the base at this point, and it won't even matter because we're going to paint over the whole base. Another claw here. There it is. Nice. Okay, let's get the hands here. Manny and the Petty, right? You want me to try out a pedicure? I've been told they're fun. I don't know if I have the guts to do it though, the courage. One thing I know that would be really useful for me though. Let me tell you a little story about it. So a couple years ago, my parents had my whole immediate family over, so my siblings and their spouses and kids and all that, for like a weekend, and we did a staycation. We stayed home instead of traveling somewhere and had vacation at home. And part of staycation was that my parents hired a masseuse to come out to their house and set up their, their little masseuse bed, whatever it's called, and give every adult a massage throughout the day. And when it was my turn, I got my massage. It was great. And the masseuse was very kind and said, hey, as I was massaging, here's what I noticed in terms of where your tenseness is that you might look into, like stretching or exercises or whatever else. And they were like, based on how the massage went and where your tense spots were, I'm pretty sure that you work an office job. You sit at a desk all day. And I was like, well, yeah. I've edited video, that's what I do all day, every day. They were like, your shoulders are messed up in terms of tenseness, and it goes all the way into your wrists, because the masseuse was doing like a hand massage on my wrists, and it kind of hurt, but it also was like relieving, and I didn't realize. But they're like, the way that you work is making your muscles and tendons all the way from your back through your shoulders and into your hands and wrists. You need to do some kind of like wrist stretching or whatever. And I never really realized that, but then after I got told that, I was like, I start to notice it more, This is a little... Dogs have claws here. So I know this is a little claw here. It's not just a point on Anjanath. This is like a weird claw here. I don't know why dogs have this. I'm not a biologist, but I know dogs have a claw up on their upper leg sometimes like that. Even though it's not really on their leg, but it's not where their foot is at. Nice. Okay. I think we're going to paint this color on the teeth as well. And then we can brighten it up with highlights afterwards. I think it's a good undercoat. Anyways, I shared that story because Proceed said a petty would be something to look into that I should try. And I'm sure a pedicure to a certain extent would be a good relief for my hands. and wrists that are being constantly stressed with the type of job I do, you know. That claws the thumb. Yeah, yep. It's just really far away from the foot, you know. It looks kind of abnormal, but that is what that is. Yeah. And it's not opposable. Yep, you're right on. Did I just put the tail in paint? I did not. Good job, Tails. Now, I got to remember to paint not just the outside of these teeth, but also inside the mouth, because we can see inside Anjanath's mouth pretty easily here. And so we want to paint all sides of his teeth, not just the outside, because we're going to see it from another angle when we hold them and look at them, you know? So you got to stick a brush down in here. Say ah. There we go. Then we're going to get, it's like brushing your teeth, you know? All sides of the tooth, not just one. Gotta get the insides too. Pedicures feet? Oh, I had it wrong then. yeah, that makes sense. Manicures hands. Get my toenails done? That'll probably not happen. Because I wear flip-flops everywhere. People will see my pedicure pretty quick. I don't know if I have the guts for it. I will say this though, Chad. Minus the nail painting, which I did not do, obviously. I did get sort of a pedicure done at a clinic I went to, but it was more like they, you know, like they soaked your feet and all that stuff and got toxins out and whatever else, and you know, they'll take a look at your nails and make sure everything looks okay and all that stuff. I have done that before. Just one time. Part of a doctor visit I did one time where they pampered your feet a little bit while you were there. You know, it was nice. It was nothing that I'm like dying to do again, but it was all right. Okay, good. Hey, Velocity, how we doing? Good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah, the spike on the rooster's feet. Yep. That claw on the back. Exactly. Some would say that the T-Rex derives, or the chicken derives from the T-Rex, you know? We have chickens because dinosaurs evolved into chickens. Manicure wouldn't be for me, though. I bake and draw a lot, so nail polish is a no-no. But for feet, I'm in. I don't do nail polish. I can't do that. I don't have the guts for it. But having people like, you know, having your feet looked at or your hands looked at and cared for and all that, that matters. We beat up our hands and feet every day. So, okay, we got to look at the, we got to look at the color of Anjanath's eyes. They went with the yellow there too? Yeah. All right, we'll throw a yellow on here. I don't think I'm going to do the eye yet though, because we're going to throw a wash. And the wash is going to get in the eye, so I don't want to color the eye yet. So the next step is just to get some of these blues and pinks figured out. But that's kind of everything, you know? Pretty easy going, and then we'll put a wash on it. We're not done painting fully, but for the base coat. Chickens are dinosaurs? Yeah, the funny part with that, I was thinking about this recently actually, is based on the rule of survival of the fittest. That would mean that chickens are more powerful than dinosaurs, right? Because we have chickens now, we don't have dinosaurs now? Is that how that works? I'm not fully versed in that stuff. I don't really care, but it is a funny thought, you know? All right, we don't need a ton of this right now. We're just doing touch-up. Let's use our mixing brush. I don't wreck this one. Okay, red. Red. Okay, much better. Ba-da-ba. Oh, it's 1:40 already. Holy crap. Where's the time go? What a day. What a day. Okay, can my colorblind brain match these two pinks? Does it need to be perfect? No. Do I want it similar? Yes. That's a little bit too red, I think. I don't know, maybe? Man, it's darn tootin'. All right, we'll keep it for now. Wreck-It Rye, what's up, dude? How you doing, friend? I've been good, thanks for asking. I am painting some Monster Hunter models, my friend. And it's been great. I just finished Barroth, like, I don't know, 40 minutes ago, something like that. I got just one little detail left, but I'm waiting for some stuff to dry. And I'm working on my boy Anjanath right now. Getting the base coats on. We're not even close to done, but we got some color on them, and that's what counts. How have you been? Good to see you. I knew it was too red. It's actually really close though. I'm not frustrated by this coloring. This went really good. We mixed pretty decently there. We'll never see the difference between those two. We'll get these in here. Yeah. I'm doing it. Okay. Get a couple spots I missed up here. Go. Lovely. All right, we can add a little bit more of this pink to the arms too, because we had the in between the elbows and the wrists of Anjanath. I went too blue, so we can bring the blue or the red back here, the pink. Colors with tails. We're gonna learn them today. Don't worry. We're not trying to do like sleeves, you know, but just to get some of that back in there. We'll blend it all later. Oh, I almost lost it. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then back in here. Nice. That'll do. Get the spot up here. And there's one dark spot here I want to hit. Nice. Okay. I think that's all we needed the pink for. I think the base coat for pink is done. Got some blue to do next. Awesome to share this, man. Been decent. Really obsessed with Frontier. Nice. You're just old school monster. Okay, cool. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I saw you started your Frontier journey, what, last week now? 2 weeks ago, maybe? Must have been 2 weeks ago. That's sick, dude. Pumped for you. That's great. Yeah, Wild's in a weird spot right now for me. It's a great game. I don't have any issue with it, but watching the general public's reaction to it has been kind of off-putting for me. Like, I think it sold really well early, and I think a lot of people are going away from it, which is just a weird feeling for me. And in the in-between while we wait for AT Ray Dow, and I've got a big challenge that's finished where I hunted 100 monsters in the Scarlet Forest, I was like, I just want to do something a little bit different and enjoy some more parts of Monster Hunter other than Wilds. Not because I don't like Wilds, but because people are just waiting for AT Ray Dow. So let's do something different, you know? And I'm happy with it. I'm happy I did this. It's been good. This red's a little bit extra, but we're gonna do it. Yeah. Oh, we need to get the tongue color figured out too. The tongue's not right. Yeah, that red's a little bit rich, but it'll get toned down with the wash. Nice. Okay. Cool. You can use a massage. Do your back feels real stiff. Dude, I would love to go and get a massage again. It's been a long time. A couple years now. But I've gotten a few over my lifetime, and it's been well worth it, I'll tell you that. All right, we're gonna take this cobalt blue again and go get all these little hairs on the tail figured out and get some of the hair tendrils that are missing here. But then it's time for a wash. And we'll see the wash do the magic on here. So we gotta do a little bit of color mixing here. See how it goes. Okay, so it was mostly gray. Oh, we got like film on there. Ugh. Yuck. Oh, that grosses me out. Okay, we're fine. Be brave, Tails. Be brave. Okay. And then, oh, that's not clean yet. I'm going to add some of this blue. I don't think I'm going to need a lot of this color. Keep poking the microphone with my paintbrush. That film too. Alright, did we get there? Can't see it. One sec, chat. I can't see. Nope, too blue. I need more gray. Okay, offload this brush quick. There you go. And we'll get our gray going. Feel the same way. Community's recent reactions are very reminiscent of World back in the day. So I'm not too worried about the future of the game. Yeah, I'm not worried about the future of the game either. I think that I put a lot of expectation that the next game was going to be huge, which it is. But there would be just a bigger following of people doing wild stuff. And I don't think that's actually happening. I think it's going to be like a while from now. People are going to come back to the game and be like, look at all this content that came out of nowhere. Where was it? Like, well, it got released over time. But it wasn't here on release, you know? So, I don't think I was prepared for that right away. Yeah, shiny new game. Limited on content to really dig into and for us, make lots of content out of. Only for the time being, of course. Yep. Yeah, what I was doing prior to Wild with World is something I can't even do in Wilds right now because of what's released. But I know it's going to be there eventually, and I don't mind waiting. Like, it doesn't hurt my feelings any, you know? The part that I do mind that I'm trying to figure out is, like, what am I doing in the meantime? You know? Like, I'm playing Wild, so I'm doing stuff in the game, but I don't know if you're noticing this, but I am. My views on my channel this last month with a brand new game that's been out, it's the worst. It's the worst it's been in 6-7 months, probably. We're the worst views on my channel I've had in a long time. And I think it's because people ate the game up when it came out and then moved on to stuff right away. And so Wilds is not like the #1 thing to do right now for people. And so people aren't watching it either. And I don't know what to do with that. You know, I'm trying not to be worried about it. In the long run, it's going to be fine. But I do got to figure out what to do now. You know? Because I put a lot of eggs in the Wilds basket. But maybe that's just me. You know, I've seen your channel, Ryan. You've got some sweet stuff going on there. In Wilds too. So I think I'm getting pretty beat up right now with Wilds in terms of what kind of content people are watching on it. The 100 hunts and the Scarlet Forest thing I recorded last week is going to be a big throwback to what I usually do. So we'll see how that does. But yeah, love to see me go back and play older games. I don't think I could do it, man. I'm not built for the clunk. I would love to get to know the older games and like what's in them and stuff like that. But the clunkiness of the old games is really rough. I have a new saying I'll live by and die by. Monster Hunter ages like fine wine, and Wilds will be no different. Too many people jumping onto old Monster Hunter since Wilds came out, which is cool too. Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing that too. And that's where I'm stuck, is because like I'm not interested in that. You know? And I feel like I did so much content in World. Not that I don't want to do World content anymore. But I have so many content ideas for Wilds. That's what I want to make, you know, but I don't think the audience is there. They may come back. I think the audience is doing other stuff. I think the main audience is doing other stuff. Not everyone, obviously. It's a weird place to be in right now. Something I wasn't ready for. All right, I'm getting a little bit too sloppy on these hairs, but it's fine. It's working out. Part of it is because I can't see right now. The Gaiacris is going to be huge. Yeah, I think people will come back for a little while. I actually don't have high hopes that people are going to stick around. I think people are going to play like Gaiacris and Wilds and be like, that was fun. And then they're going to move on in like a week or two. The main population, the big surplus, not everybody. But yeah, I think Legiacris coming back to be massive. I think people will come back for AT Ray Dow for a little bit. Like, it's every time we'll get content released, new content for updates, we're gonna get a little bit surge back, but not much, and then it'll go away again until the game's fully out or until the expansion gets here. That's how I think it's gonna go. Okay, I gotta check for other blue spots here. I'm looking for, oh man, my brush is going out here. What's up, Amy? How we doing? Good to see you. Saw something like that with Pal World. The devs said people have played what they can for now and wait for new stuff. The devs even encourage players to play other games. Yeah. I don't expect players not to do that. I think that's what players ought to do, is do what they want to play. For as much hype as we got for Wilds leading up to it, I was just expecting people to be around longer, you know? That was shocking to me for how quick people are leaving. Plenty of great pros to being a content creator, but the turbulent nature of it is all really scary. Yeah. I think the hard part for me is I would do other games because I play lots of other games other than Monster Hunter, but I'm so worried about losing an audience by doing that. And so I have a really hard time taking that risk, you know? Of all the times to do it, this has been the most time I've felt like is the right time to do it, because there isn't a whole lot in terms of the large audience of people playing Wilds right now. If I did other Monster Hunter games, I'm sure I'd pick up some people along the way. But I think people are on to different games, and I would happily, you know, stream other games and make videos of other games, but I'm so worried about losing my Monster Hunter audience, because I love my Monster Hunter audience and I want to keep making Monster Hunter stuff. Like, I'm one of the few people that doesn't want to stop with Wilds right now. Like, I've got a lot to do, but the reason why I've got a lot to do in Wilds is because I haven't been playing every single day, all the time, every minute. You know, I play a couple hours a week, and so I haven't even done everything in the game. I've done a lot, but I haven't done everything in the game yet, and so I'm still getting a lot of enjoyment out of it. But that's not how the general gaming population works either, which I get that. Okay, I think I've got, there's one spot here. I think I've got what I need here. We could check a little bit by flipping it upside down, see if the underside of these hairs got painted blue, because we've been painting from top down this whole time. So if you put new angles on the model, you'll see new areas that we missed. But this is looking pretty good. Flip it this way. There's a couple spots here. Yeah, looking good. Okay. Feeling happy, chat. I got one strand I missed over here. And then we got to get the pink out again. Touch up the spots that I overpainted. I understand it was sponsored, but were you planning to get into Civ 6 again? Civ 7 is the game I play in, and I would love to play Civ 7 again. Yeah. I would love to. I don't have a Civ 7 audience here, but I love it. You're not being ignorant. You're fine. You're just fine. Don't even worry, Cogworks. I'm happy to have the questions. I would love to do Civ 7 on the channel again. I actually play a lot of that in my free time. But that's just a for fun for Tails thing, because I don't have a Civ 7 audience, you know. There's a spot I missed here. Good deal. Okay. Making videos of Monster Hunter Wilds, but I'm struggling to find ideas. Do you have any pointers to help me find things to do? I will not give you ideas of things you should do, but if you're looking for things to try to find ideas for things to do, I would definitely look at your favorite creators that do videos you like and do a similar video to them. Not the same, but something similar. Put your own twist on it. You know, change it up a little bit. Make the thing better, in your opinion, for it. Honestly, it's the same. I have 250 hours on Wilds, but so much of it is just screwing around that it feels like I've yet to get into the end game stuff properly like everyone else. Yeah, I've only crafted 2 Arshan weapons, and they're rank 6 and rank 7. I have all of my rank 8 Arshan parts. I've done nothing with it. And that's on purpose. I want that. I like the base weapons. They work great, you know? But there's a whole nother world of set building with Arshan stuff I haven't even looked at. On purpose, you know? I wanted it that way. Oh, I missed a big blob there for blue. And that's just one example, you know, like the number of hunts I have against Tempered Gore Magala and even Zoshia. Like Zoshia is probably my favorite new monster in terms of repeatable fights, but I've done like 20 and that's it. I've done very little overall, and I would totally do more of those, but I don't dive all in forever on it, you know? So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I'm being a little bit vulnerable here, showing some of my hand, but like I've been talking for a couple weeks now about maybe streaming another game just for fun, with the fear of, you know, I'm worried about my audience or whatever else. And every day that goes by when I don't do that, I consider it more. And it has nothing to do with how much I enjoy Wilds, because I enjoy Wilds a lot. But I also have a job with content creation. Like I have to do things that are gonna get watched and pay the bills, you know? And I don't think Wilds is gonna pay the bills right now. Like, Chad, I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining here. I'm not. I promise. It was a shock. It was different to see this happen. But like this month's revenue compared to my last 6 months of revenue is really bad. I'm still able to pay rent. It's fine. But it is weird going from how it's been the last 6 months to now, like all at once, especially with a brand new game. That's the shocker. So please don't hear me saying, "Hey, I need money." That's not what I'm getting at. Please don't hear me saying that. I'm not asking for any of that at all. 0%. I'm just looking at analytics of between then and now. It is crazy how different it is. And I just was not ready for the release of a brand new Monster Hunter game, the thing we've been waiting for a couple years, to be the reason why my channel is doing like less than half as many views per month than the month before when the new game wasn't even here yet. That's weird to me, you know? But that's just my inexperience on YouTube as well. Like I haven't been here forever, so I'm not used to those waves, you know? That is looking darn good, chat. That's looking awesome. I'm supposed to be done streaming in 5 minutes. The last thing I'm going to do, which is perfect timing, is put a wash on this so that we can, you know, tint everything and get all the crevices filled with the shadow. And that takes a long time to dry. And so I'll wash it and then leave it to dry, and it'll be all ready for us. Oh, I gotta do the tongue still. I think we'll keep it for now. I'll let it dry and come back to painting this another day, but I'll be all washed with the shadow on there and be good to go. Oh man, I'm so pumped. This is coming out so good. It looks so great right now. Whoopsie. What kind of board game are you making? I'm not making a board game. This is a board game that exists. Steam Forged Games made the Monster Hunter World board game, and I own 2 boxes of it. And in each box, there are 4 models of monsters from Monster Hunter. This is the Anjanath one that I'm working on now, and I've got a Barroth over there that's drying. And then I've got 6 other models I haven't assembled or painted or done anything with. So I'm not making the board game. The board game already exists. I'm just making painting videos on painting up the models for it. Some of it may be people not wanting spoilers too. Yeah, but even the stuff I'm making now on YouTube, like there's 2 videos on the channel that have spoilers in it. The builds have no spoilers in it. Like all the build videos I make aren't showing end game stuff, story stuff. They're just weapon builds, you know. And that's the meat of what I've made so far, and those aren't getting watched at all. The video views on that are pretty bad. But you know, that's fine. It's okay. Don't hear me complaining, Chad. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to learn what I need to do next. I painted my keyboard again. Well, good thing. I need to replace this keyboard anyway, so it might be time. There's definitely a brush stroke on my Alt key right now, but okay, let's get the watch out. Where is it? There it is. The magic paint right here. Citadel Null Oil. Gnome oil. Now, I talked about this yesterday, but I'll talk about it again for people who are watching new today. Null oil is a secret weapon. Because this is the wrong brush. Hold up. I'm trying to find my right brush here. Where'd you go, ratty awful brush? That's actually a lifesaver and doing a lot of things. Null oil is a secret weapon. There it is. Because it's a really runny paint that's gonna seep into all the crevices on here and then dry black. And so it's gonna pull out all these details that we've painted over with these bright colors. It's gonna be awesome. So to chat with you some more about all of this sometime. Yeah. Plenty of thoughts in my mind about it. Way too much to type out here. I would be happy to do that, Record Ryan. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, so I'm chock full busy those days. I won't have time because after I'm done streaming, my wife's home and all that, and I got life that I gotta do. But outside of Monday, Tuesday, Saturday, I'm open. Just let me know. Anytime. I'm always happy to talk YouTube too. I love talking YouTube. I just really enjoy the platform a lot. I use it for everything, for work and for leisure. It's fantastic. I would love that. A Monster Hunter podcast? I would happily do a Monster Hunter podcast. That'd be so fun. I would absolutely love that. I didn't think anyone would want to listen to one. So I've never gone forward with that. You know? I actually over this last year, I did a lot of thinking about like how do I want to continue doing stuff on this channel this upcoming year. And one thing I really want to do is get onto other channels, whatever kind of channel it is. Monster Hunter channels, Magic the Gathering channels, podcasts, you name it. I'll be there. To just like, that gives me exposure with other audiences who may not have heard of me. But also like gets me trying out new stuff with new people, making connections. Like I've never been on a podcast before. I've been on a radio show before. That was super fun. Loved doing radio. Right? I love talking. I was on an episode of a radio show. I didn't run a radio show. But I've been on radio before. And I think it's great. I think it's such a fun time. Like I would do stuff like that every day if I could with people. But some of those things that I come up with ideas for, like they cost a lot of money or time or both to make happen. And so I can't fully like get invested in that. So jumping on other people's channels or podcasts or, you know, things similar, I would totally do, because they already have it set up. You know, if they just need a guest on the show, I'm there. I'll be there. You just let me know time and date. I'll be there. Chat, this is looking real ratty. Don't worry, okay? It's magic. It's magic. It's real black now. We're just covering this whole thing in the wash. And then we're gonna move some things around where it looks really bad. But then it's gonna dry and it won't even look like this. It'll look like a whole new monster. It's gonna, well, I don't know about a whole new monster, but it's gonna look darn tootin' good. Don't you worry. You gotta trust the process on the Nuln Oil. This is a good product. And you literally can slotch this stuff everywhere, because we want to get it in all of the nooks and crannies, because that's the whole point. It's adding shadow color. Does SteamForge do only the models or the board game? They make the board game. Yep, and the models. It all comes together. When you order the Ancient Forest Monster Hunter board game, it comes with these models. That's where the price tag comes from, honestly. If it was just the board game, it's just cardboard. The models are what add to the price tag. But the model, even if you bought the board game just for the models, it's worth it for the price. Completely. Do you have a way to record older Monster games? No. And I don't own them. So I don't want to emulate old Monster games. I don't feel very good about that. If I owned the game and then emulated it because I owned it, I would consider it more. But I don't own the games, and I'm not going to just emulate them without purchasing them first. I also have no interest in doing that. I know it fits the Monster Hunter channel, but it also, to me, and please don't hear me wrong here, okay? Because if you enjoy the older games, I'm glad that you do. I'm not poo-pooing older games at all, okay? But I never would have made it through old Monster Hunter games, even if I grew up with them, because the clunk is just insane. And I'm not built for the clunk. I really am not. I can't do it. I get really fed up with that stuff. And playing the older games now would fit the channel, yes, but it would also be torture for me. And I would stop. And people would get really frustrated with me because I never finished that game or didn't give it a chance or whatever else. And I just didn't. That stuff doesn't matter to me. I really don't enjoy that at all. I think that there's a reason why I liked Monster Hunter World, and that's the first game I played of it. I never played the older games, so I don't have a way to compare except by watching what other people have done. I have played some GU though, after I played Monster Hunter World, sorry. And there's a reason why I haven't played more GU, and I'm only 2 hunts into GU. I can't do it. I just can't get through the clunk. And that's not endearing or fun for me. Now, if you grew up with it and that's what you know and remember and all that, like, that's different. That's nostalgia playing a role in enjoyment. I don't have the nostalgia, and I don't feel the need to have the experience. I don't really care. So that's my 2 pennies. Okay, we are done with the Nuln Oil on here. But there are spots on here where the Nuln Oil is pooling too much, like right here, right? And so we can just take our brush and soak up that sweet, sweet Nuln Oil and get them out of these really dark spots where it doesn't belong, like right here on the butt cheek. There's some Anjanath butt cheek. Too much Nuln Oil. We just scoop it up. And once I scoop up some of this, I'm just putting it on a napkin here. Just dabbing it off so that the brush can soak up more Nuln Oil the next time I touch it somewhere, right? But anywhere it's looking great, we want to keep it there, and we can spread this out a little bit. It works with gravity, right? Just like everything works with gravity. There's Nuln Oil running down this leg and pooling on the feet, right? And so we want to soak up the extra because we don't want it to sit on the foot and get a big black spot. Right? But like these details here, like it kind of looks like gills, but it's not. Like we kind of want to leave that. It's not going to look that black when this dries. It just looks that way now. But we want to see those lines stick through on the skin. But where it's like really, really thick, like right here, like I'll take some of this out. I don't want to take all of it out. Just some of it. Just move it around a little bit, you know? Like under the legs here, that looks really bad. It's too black. We're just going to spread this out. Let it pool somewhere else, you know? There you go. Let me just dab some of this off. And we didn't have to do a lot of this on the Barroth piece because the Barroth is mostly brown. It's all brown, really. Like where the black pools doesn't matter. You want there to be big, thick pools of black so that it stands out more. When we're using a lighter color on a model like the skin tone here, that black starts to look pretty gross in some ways, right? And so we don't want it to pool up a whole lot because it's too much contrast. We don't want that much contrast, you know? There we go. That's looking pretty good. Let me get one more look at this whole thing. So yeah, I see it pooling between the toes here. That's hard for you guys to see. But there's like a huge pool of null nile right here between the toes. Which makes sense, right? That's how gravity works. We'll just push it around a little bit. Have it go somewhere else. And ultimately, like when we push it around, if that pushes the null nile to fall onto the base, great. Instead of pooling somewhere where we don't want it. This butt cheek just really likes null nile. Move that around a little bit. Now, this isn't the end all with the null nile either, right? This is just the shadow part of the steps, right? And so when this is done drying, if we find spots where it did pool and we don't like it, we'll just grab our color again and paint over the spots, right, to touch it up. Now, the other thing that's fun to notice here is, remember how bright that pink was like 5 minutes ago? Not that bright anymore, is it? Right? That Nuln oil is going to, or the wash is what I should say. The wash is named Nuln oil, but it's just a wash. It's a black wash. The Nuln oil is going to bring all of these colors and blend them together. Right? It's going to tint them all black, just a little bit. And so now, like, this is so fun for me to look at. It's happening already. See this spot right here? It's like pink up top and then the blue. Like the contrast between those two spots prior to the Nuln oil was stark and really, really like blatant. Where now it's blending because the Nuln oil is bringing it all together. And all I had to do was just put a wash over it and it did it for me. I didn't do that, you know, in terms of like manually. The wash is magic. It's some of the blending stuff that I was worried about before, like on the arms, right? We didn't want sleeves on the Anjanath. Well, these arms are now blended between blue and pink because the Nuln oil just blended the color well, which is great. See, Amy, have a good one. Thanks for hanging. So this is just working out so well, and it's only going to look better when all of the Nuln oil dries, which takes, 15, 20 minutes. So it'll be a bit. I'm just going to set this down and not touch it so that it can dry well. But it looks really, really great. It looks really good. Okay, let me put this back on camera quick. Excuse me. And we'll put it in the big light. All right, is Wreck-It Rye still here? Because I don't think Wreck-It Rye's seen this yet. But I'm going to show everybody anyways. But if Wreck-It Rye's watching and not actually looking at the camera in like 3 seconds, you're going to miss out. Okay, got the brush cleaned. All right, we made awesome progress today. Way more progress than I thought. Maybe I'm just efficient. I don't know. I wasn't planning on this to get this far. But take a look, see at this. Wreck-It Rye, you're going to love this, okay? And I can't touch them. This is Barroth, 99% done. The model itself, the body of the Barroth, the actual piece of the monster, is completely done. There's nothing left to do on Barroth itself. The only thing I need to do is add a little like greenery, which I can't do till this mud is dry. But I'm gonna put a little highlights on these little dead bushes to make them more gray highlighted at the top, and then add some green to the base, and that's it. And this thing's done. Barroth turned out so good, and I am absolutely pumped to have this model in my possession, and it's a work of art that I did. It was my hands that did all of this. We even got some red mushrooms over by the log there, which is fantastic. Thank you, Can of Cheese, for the mushrooms and for the mud here. So pumped for this. Very excited. I will do the finishing touches when the mud dries. It takes 24 hours to dry. And right now it looks dry. If I touch it though, it'll move around, but it looks really good. So I'm going to get the finishing touches on here tomorrow when everything's set and done. And then I'll paint the rim black so it's nice and sharp here on the edge. And then I'll put pictures up in Discord. It's an official model. Yes, it is an official model. This is so Capcom and Steamforged Games partnered. Steamforged Games made the board game, and Capcom sent over their models, their imagery, to Steamforged Games so that they could make physical plastic models. So these are legit models. These are from Capcom and Steamforged Games. They're not 3D printed. These are actual models. And then I just painted it. They came gray. It looked that color when I got it, that gray underneath. And this is what it's turned into. So pumped. So excited. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of me. I know that sounds really, what's it called? Yeah. It sounds big-headed of me, but I am very proud of me for doing that. Color looks accurate. Thank you. Oh, it looks officially painted. Oh, what a champ, Wreck-It Ryan. What a champ. That's so nice of you. The pictures are only better too because the lighting in here is pretty sharp. I'll get you some pictures when it's all done. It looks in person. It looks so good, y'all. It looks really, really good. So, and then, like I said, we got Anjanath here. We can put him in the big light so you guys can see him a little better here. He's still wet with null oil, so he's very glossy. Don't worry, he'll get better. He's still drying. But we made some good progress on the Anjanath. This is just base coat. We don't have any details on here, but we're making progress. And we won't work on this guy for a while, probably a couple weeks before we get back to him. But he'll be fully dry by then, you know. That was the stream today, and that was heckin' great. I'm really, really pumped. I also have an absolute disaster of a desk right now. It is a pit. So I'll be spending time after stream today getting my office back in order so I can actually move around here on the desk. But so anyways, with all of that, considering how nervous you were, you've done an epic job, Tails. You absolutely should be proud. Thanks, Deej. Thank you. You guys are so nice. I was just gonna say, this is the end of stream today, but I'm so grateful for you guys and all the encouragement and feedback as I did something that's a little bit out of my comfort zone content-wise. And I paint. I know how to paint, but I've never done it on camera. I've never had my office set up like this. I've not, I've got like water. I've got water everywhere all over my computer. Like, I'm really concerned about all that stuff. But like, the point being is, I'm grateful that you guys have made this stream, these two streams, a really fun time. So much so that I'm very interested in doing this again in the future. It'll be a few weeks, so I'm not going to do this regularly all the time, but I would love to crank out these models with you guys on stream and show you everything that you've done. I've got 6 more monsters to paint. I've got 4 more hunters to paint, and then I get a whole bunch more models sent to me over this year. And so I'll get there will be like 20 more monsters later this year that I'll have. So I would love to do that. Work you've done here is going to be passionate as well. Hey, I love that. I love that, man. It's fantastic. Thanks, y'all. Thank y'all very much for a fantastic day. Hey, if you're tuning in just now, I don't know why I'm saying this. I'm leaving. That's all I'm trying to say. If you're tuning in, sorry you missed out. The VOD will be on my second channel over at Giddy Fox Replays. I'll put the link in chat right now. But the channel name is Giddy Fox Replays. So if you want to see the whole painting journey, I've got to put up the one from yesterday and today there today. It'll go up later today. I've got a video on the main channel right now. It's live right now of a build I did in Monster Hunter Wild where we used the Protein Fiend skill from the Zuwu armor to make a really fun sword and shield build. It's awesome. It was the build that was the fastest through the 100 hunts in the Scarlet Forest recording that I did last week. It was really strong. The build is up online. You can go check that out right now on my channel if you want to. I'll even get you a link right now so that you don't even have to look for it. You could just click on it in chat and it'll pop up for you. Ain't that nice? He's so gracious. I'm just messing. Here we go. There's the link there. You can check it out. And outside of that, I will have another video for you guys later this week. On Saturday is my next stream, 9 a.m. Central till 2 p.m. Central. We'll be doing a hunter hangout in Monster Hunter Wilds. It's also my birthday celebration that day, and so we'll be hanging out and enjoying Tails turning 35 years old on Saturday. So whether you're playing the game or watching the game or can just swing by and say hi, come and swing by stream Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, right here on YouTube and Twitch. We'll be playing some Monster Hunter Wilds then for a hunter hangout in Monster Hunter Wilds. It'll be a good time. And that's it for today. That's what I got for you. Thank you so much for an awesome time. It was great to have you guys here. Love to see some paint streams once in a while. Yeah, I would love to do more. I won't be doing them every week right now because I don't have enough models. You know, I mean, I have enough 40K models we could do it. We'd really crank out the 40K models if we did this, but I don't think I'm ready to do weekly painting streams, but every now and then, maybe monthly, maybe a little more often. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll add more. I'm not going to not do more painting streams. We'll do more painting streams for sure. They won't be regular, so yeah, it'll be good. Okay, everybody. That's what I got for you. Y'all are fantastic. Noah, take it easy. Bye, Deej. Bye, Clement. See you, Wreck-It Ryan. Thank you so much for a fantastic day. Bye, Proceed. Have a good one. Cogworks, Amy, take it easy. Y'all are fantastic. Greatly appreciated and dearly loved. Thank you for hanging out with me today. It was a joy. And I will catch you guys in the next one, okay? All right. That's what I got for you. Y'all are great. See you later.